Hello everybody and welcome to our first game of King of the Hill today on the south side of Hamlet. I don't think we've seen this one in the 1v1 before. We have Tenchi, my man Tenchi.
Tenchi, you've given him a 2v2 map to play on, so hopefully he'll feel at home. I know he plays a lot of 2v2 with you. Interesting choice of map. Did you choose this one, Dan?
No, it's not actually in the map pool, but both of these players are morons. So what they've not done is looked at the map pool. Like, aside from making the startup incredibly difficult, they've now chosen a map that isn't included. So it's cool. I'm just gonna cast it so at least one of them can leave this, this event, and we don't have to deal with this. Hopefully, we'll find another player after this game that's capable of reading.
You're so salty today. Right,
I'm
your
in a
salt
bad
levels.
mood today. I'm in a bad
I know
mood
you're
today,
you're
so-
terrible. Your salt levels are absolutely they're off the charts. You're a mine of salt. You're a fountain.
Yeah.
We've got we've got two players with us today. Loghorn, who has risen to the fore. He was given the opportunity to do so after winning the raffle, and we all told him to man up because he hadn't chosen anybody. So he's now manned up, and his opponent is a StarCraft 2 legend, Tenchi. Tell us what we know about him, Dan.
Well, Tenchi, he is a caster for DreamHack primarily. He's a very, very good micro player in StarCraft, and he hasn't been playing too long. He's probably been playing about a year. He's doing quite well. I think he's in the around the 100 region in 1v1, about the same level I'm at, really.
So he's casted for DreamHack, but has he casted for Gaming Bros Western Fronts tournament, Dan?
You have.
No, you have. You're the guy that did that, so I think that's more prestigious.
Did
There
I?
you
Sorry, I do so many.
Indeed. Exactly. Tenchi's gone for an interesting start. Pretty standard OKW meta. This is winter. It is winter balance patches in Dan.
It is, yeah. This is version 1.8.
They at least did that.
I
That's
set up
good.
as much as I could before leaving them on their own. So this is it's all looking correct at the moment. But yeah, nice to see the UC on the field. I see a couple of build orders these days that go in with this. Of course, we normally see Hans. He's playing with 3 Tommies. This time we're going to see the UC, MG, 2 Tommies. It's nice. It's flexible. He's going to be able to push Volks Grenadiers off, push the Kubel away. So he's going to get nice map control early. And normally, yeah, normally the UC, it's not overly common, is it?
It's not that common, to be honest. It's possibly going to see more usage if it doesn't die to base defences right now. In the winter balance patch, it has had some minor buffs, etc., and costs to the Wasp and stuff.
Yeah, I mean the Wasp actually is. Hopefully, we're going to see more use from that. It used to be absolutely incredible when the UC first kind of came on. It was so strong. That was in the patch where the where the flamers were like so strong and they could fire like halfway across the map. It was really like amazing. But then of course the Vickers is now more the primary upgrade for this. That tends to be what people go for in the live patch a lot more. So hopefully we do get to see.
Enemy causing trouble.
It is a great suppression platform, and the Vickers. It can be very infuriating to play against. I can speak from experience there.
There's no real need for it against the OKW though, because they're not going to be occupying too many buildings. It's not like they're going to go heavy in support weapons at the start of the game. It's the kind of thing that probably works very well against Austere.
Yeah, Tenchi's doing great map control work at the moment. Currently Loghorn has no territories connected, thanks to a great cut-off manoeuvre. Now he's looking to solidify that by putting heavy harassment down on the Vickers machine gun team, and it has indeed had to retreat.
Damned enemies trying to take
I mean, actually the UC at the start of the game driving up to the base. I don't know why he drove into the base with that, but I mean, not having that unit on the field now is going to cause him huge problems. Tenchi's Kubel micro is going to be a lot quicker than what he's going to be able to do with that UC, so... I mean, that is Tenchi's like main advantage, is that he's just very quick, do you know what I mean? So if you leave him with a unit like that that's mobile, he will more often than not just be able to run you around the field pretty quickly. And with all the frontline territory he's got now, as soon as these units are capping, Tenchi's going to see it, obviously, and he's going to know exactly where Loghorn's going. Loghorn made the right decision then, not going on that VP.
The first point to make is that, of course, he went into the flak emplacements because he wasn't used to the 2v2 base sector being so large. That's probably why that happened. Second point to make is Tenchi actually follows a long lineage of StarCraft players picking up Company Heroes 2. Back in 2013-14, we did actually see an influx of attempts to get far in tournaments, and there were no successful players. The main reason being is Company Heroes 2 is a slower game when it comes to micro. It's about timing rather than speed, and it's about tactical astuteness and positioning, so, much to a higher degree than StarCraft is. So APM doesn't necessarily win you games in Company Heroes 2.
No, and especially not if you're playing Brits, for instance. If you do try to play that faction quickly, you may end up suffering for it because it's a faction that kind of relies on you more slower paced decision making.
Nice incendiary grenade onto the garrison there. Tenchi still has the majority of the map. Longhorn has a lot of work to do to make this work at the moment.
He's not doing too bad on the cutoffs actually. Tenchi's trying to reconnect his fuel, but now the fuel's been decapped by Loghorn, so he's actually making a good effort to come back from this. A big retreat coming in there. Did you see the Raketin there? Did like a 180 spin. It was like running back to base in reverse. Quick spin around.
It never surprises me when the Raketin does anything batshit insane. It's a batshit insane design inherently, so always never surprised when the Raketin does something buggy or glitchy or crazy, to be honest.
It's always been a unit to me that it's been one of the few units that I don't perceive it as being good when it gains veterancy, because it will still get wiped. Do you know what I mean? Like very quickly. I mean, it's bad by design. I mean, look at the size of it. There's just no protection for the people firing it. It's
bugged protection. The shield doesn't actually cover the inherent area that it's meant to cover either. There's many elements to it that did seem a little bit rushed at release, and there are proponents such as Callum of General's Gentleman that want to replace it with a Pack 40, for example. It's really difficult to balance as a unit. It's cool on paper though. Yeah,
it was the first 18 I think they could get in buildings, so that was supposed to be its big entry to the game. Is hey, this unit can pop into buildings if your opponent is slow as a Vol, a dying Vol, trying to escape.
God,
a
Jesus
Fox
Christ.
injured.
Oh, nice focus fire on the infantry section there. First big win there for Tenchi.
Anti-tank gun and crew now ready for action.
Interestingly, have you ever had a Zis accidentally garrison into a building on 4v4 maps, etc.?
No.
You can do that. It was on the original version of, what's that horrendously large city map for 4v4? Back in the day, you know, one of the City something or other.
City 17.
Yeah, that's it. You could get the Zis into one of the buildings. It was quite funny. Also, you used to be able to get invincible Zis guns that were... You couldn't get rid of them on the map. They were always a treat to have.
Well, Loghorn looked like he was making some very good progress then, and Tenchi kind of full retreat and then started to work back the field again. He's going to be able, hopefully, I think, to take double fuel. But I haven't seen any obvious signs of where the tech's going yet. We've got Battle Grouper up. No commander picked, so we don't know entirely what Tenchi's playing. I think he'll go special operations at this point. I think that's something he normally does.
Ever popular choice special operations offering you diverse tactics. He could equally go scavenge and get some early flak panzers to really put even more infantry manpower attrition down. Not that he's not doing so already.
The thing with special operations is just so good at helping with the Brits. It's almost like a really nice one to use versus the Brits, because you're able to get that command panther out. Really, you know, sometimes at the same time as a Cromwell will arrive on the field, and it just helps so much. You know, you've been struggling all game with the OKW. You've probably still got the AEC, and probably got this the Cromwell arriving. Command panther is really nice for that.
I have pasted the merged version of the balance notes in chat for you all to read, so if you want to see anything that's displayed in this game, how it's changed, there's your opportunity to do so. Faust possibly coming in as soon as the cooldown has become available. It's currently got... There you go, it's now available. This is one dead universal carrier in the making. Just got to work through the suppression. He's just about... There you go, fisting the Panzer. But the Kubel also bites the dust, damn.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. He was so focused on trying to get the foul stuff and not losing the squad. They completely neglected the AT gun, staring his Kubel down in the face. Now he's got a really tough retreat against the Vickers MG. Got across a little bit of negative cover as well. Perfect opportunity for some of those shots to hit. He's very, very lucky that the squad survives.
Very unlucky for Loghorn. He's had 2 squad wipes against him, but he's not been able to find one yet himself.
Another retreat right through the Vickers. That's actually been forced to retreat from the ISG. Tenchi's gone double ISGs, which is a really nice build against the Brits. Anytime the Brits are going to be using that kind of static cover, they're going to get their rate of fire increase. Is it rate of fire or is it damage that they get?
Rate of fire, there, so in effect damage.
Yeah. So now, like, that's going to really put pressure on them every time they're in one of those cover positions. So it's a nice unit to have, especially if you're covering 2 VPs. An ISG each side will do very good work.
One thing I will point out is both players have chosen excellent build orders at this point. Tenchi's gone for a very solid ISG build, which is good on this particular map. It's quite narrow. Oh, just as we talk about it, it turns that unit into pate.
That was a nice hit. You'll find that ISGs really do that a lot to the Brits, especially with you know, the way that they structure themselves in cover. Any kind of small cover where the units tend to be a little closer together, ISG's very, very effective. Even in this patch where, you know, clumping is you know, much better than it is in live version.
Really started to see Tenchi pull away from his opponents in terms of kills to death now, 34 to 23, which is significant against Brits.
Yeah, Tenchi's also like packing a lot of fuel. This is why I think he's probably going to end up with special operations. He could just, as you said, you know, go straight into Jaeger, Jaeger infantry with the Ostwind. That'd be out very, very quickly. It'd be a huge insult because he could get that right into the base right now if he did decide to select that. Loghorn hasn't managed to retreat the AT gun. That's probably going to go down. That's a great pickup if he can grab that AT gun.
He has managed to do so, so now we've got Tenchi with possibly an insurmountable advantage, especially with in terms of control. The Brits are really starting to lack muscle to contend now. Just a point for chat, we have got 100 extra viewers. We are on a 2v2 map because the players aren't exactly top 100 meta-based players, and they chose a little bit of a trolley pick, but it's making for an enjoyable display, so we're not complaining too much, are we, Dan?
No. I mean, this map isn't in the map pool that we've selected for the tournament, but given how much time it took to get the game set up, we thought it'd be, you know, nice just to let them play. Tenchi's doing a good job here. He is scavenging these wreckages of his vehicles and his opponents, and this is going to give him +5 fuel for each one. So now his tech's gone down. He put tier 4 up in the base. Very interesting. Yeah.
Very safe decision.
Well, this is really odd. So this maybe says he's not going special operations.
To be honest, Dan, the viability of this map for a 1v1, it isn't too bad. It's a little bit too wide. There's a little bit too area to play for 2 players, but the actual avenues of play, it's not too choky. There are open areas as well. So, you know, it's not too bad, is it?
Not at all. I think actually Loghorn chose this map, and it's a very weird one for Brits, I think, because obviously Brits, you know, they're going to want the cover positions. They couldn't use something like the mortar, because as soon as they spread out, you know, the Axis are going to come and just run around them and get in close. But you know, if he does like play, you know, his typical Brits and stays in one area, you know, utilizes cover positions, works out slowly, he's basically given the Axis way more territory, so they're going to be getting, you know, huge amount more resources. So it's one of the most awkward maps, I think, for Brits in 1v1. Anything that's this spacious is going to cause problems.
Sure, everybody interested. Captain Price did win last week, but he'd prefer to try and troll the tournament than play properly. So that's why he's not playing today. Not that we've made a decision. We didn't. He just that's what he decided to try and do. Not actually play, which is interesting. There is money up for grabs today. It's increasingly a prestigious event, though, so don't let the likes of Price convince you otherwise. We're taking it seriously, and a lot of the players are too. And we're going to see some excellent games today. I have absolutely no doubt of that in my mind.
I don't actually know what the Don't you know, because he didn't say why he was busy.
I can guess why he was busy, and it was probably trying to troll us.
So it's all a guess.
No, it's a very it's an informed decision based on guesswork and estimations. And past experience.
Got to count in that past experience.
Oh,
Sadly,
yeah.
we're not going to be able to see Loveness today either, because Loveness actually has exams tomorrow. He's already said he can't. Don't know if Von Ivan will either. But this actually leaves us in a nice spot, because just like, you know, the game we cast last week, Zarok versus Fahu, which was a really enjoyable game, by the way. We will see more diversity in the picks today. Who you nominate, we'll get to see some new players pop up, some new people step into the limelight. And it's a really good format for people to actually do that. So, you know, if you want to play in tournaments, if you want to just show your face, let everybody know who you are, what your skill is, it's a really nice way to get involved. There's no pressure. All
Just the
about
pressure of
playing your
hundreds
best.
upon hundreds of eyes watching you. You know, we get
Yeah.
900 views, that's 1,800 eyes on you playing the game, criticising and judging your every movement. But you've got to
And
do that
haven't I
sometimes.
just felt that today?
Sometimes you have to step up to the fore, sometimes you have to be a man. And today might be your opportunity to do that, to come and show us what you've got, and to play your absolute best in a pressure situation. There's going to be no more better thrill than competing when you absolutely need to, fighting for your life. Just like Tenchi has done today when he's seemingly decimated Longhorn.
Yeah, I'm still trying to like look out for things to commentate on. But I mean, it's Loghorn's just getting bounced left and right by Tenchi, and Tenchi's army is big enough now that he can just swarm. I'm using Zerg-related terminology.
Oh yes, indeed.
But you know, he can just basically move wherever he wants to on this map and just instantly push the Brits off. Loghorn has nothing really that can counter this. If he sits still, the ISGs get him. If he doesn't sit still, the Volks Grenadiers push in and just sweep everything up, forcing the retreats back to base. Now we have the Panther on the field.
Here comes the Zerg swarm, using the creep to his advantage. He's got multiple expansions already set up, and he is just simply trying to out APM his opponents. That's as many StarCraft terms as I know, Dan. That's as far as it goes. Brits are very Protoss orientated, though. I'd recommend.
I don't know actually. I've played that faction.
You haven't played Protoss yet. Who's he got you playing in your new training games?
Just Terran.
Ah, fair enough. Okay.
Well, Loghorn is determined not to surrender this game. He's, oh no, there we go.
Never surrender. Oh, sometimes surrender. Surrender when you're beaten. Surrender.
I was using my, you know, we've got that caster's charm when you say something and then
Yes.
it happens, and I thought, hey, it'll be a good idea if we just taunt this. So there we go.
To be fair, you a small animal being ravaged, and you were like, "Yep, he's gonna die sometime." It's not. He's got the will to live. Oh yeah, he's dead. Not that much of a curse in this. It's map made by Pig Soup, by the way. Just thought I'd call that out.
Sorry to anyone that just got a massive blast of music then. Hit the wrong button. I like all my buttons are wrong today.
Somebody's been pressing your buttons by the sounds of it. So,
No, it's an XSplit thing. I'm trying to figure out a way around it.
let's get on with the raffle, then. I want a true contender to face Tenchi. Tenchi, the king in waiting, as now he should be claimed.
Yeah, I'm gonna open that up right now. Okay, guys, so you just watched Tenchi play. If you think you can beat Tenchi, or you know someone that can beat Tenchi, then raffle now. The raffle is open. And then Choppy, yeah, you got a nice scene switching. I need to just, I can't color them on this keyboard, this other one, so
That's
yeah.
right, ladies and gentlemen. It's your weekly time to nominate or dominate, name or shame, choose or lose, elect or prepare to be wrecked. It is that time once again, so exclamation mark raffle to get into the program.
Yep, and we're going to give this about a minute before we do that. We do have commanders to give away as usual, so we'll do that probably after the next game. We always give like a couple away. Maybe we'll do like 3 today. This next game is going to be pretty intense, I think. Tenchi's already showed us he's pretty competent in the game. We're looking for a player that can look a little kid. Fist fight. Remember, if Tenchi does win his next game as well, he instantly gets money draw. So if you guys are unfamiliar with the format, I'm sure most of you are. If you guys are unfamiliar with the format, basically we... do you think we're off screen or something? If you guys are unfamiliar with the format, I forgot what I was saying. That's it. That's I don't even know what we're doing. Whatever. That's what I was going to say about the prizes. So if you win your first game, you become King of the Hill. If you win your second game, you instantly get £10 added to your prize pool. It's £5 per win after that. You can win a maximum of 6 games, and then we basically boot you out with your crown. You join like the lineage. Helping Hands is the only like fully crowned king that we've had so far. I'm just going to do... Everything is driving me nuts today, man.
Yes, so that's alright, you do your stuff, man.
Everything's gonna... yeah, I'm going to do the draw. Ragnar Hammersbane is the winner. So you get to nominate or dominate, as AE says.
No, I say several things now. Have you not been listening?
I'm trying. I can't remember them though. Nominate or dominate is definitely the most memorable one.
Yeah, that's how I start it, but then there are ones that add to it, to be honest. It is a growing spiel. So Ragnar Hammerhammer. Who's here and good? Love it. I love it. He's got the power.
Let's have the power.
He's got so many choices right now. Zarok, Gaming Bro, Findeed, Woofia, Nagano.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Zarok, Cruzy, all wanting in.
Nagano gave us an excellent game against Helping Hands previously. Like, pure comeback mechanic kicked in for Nagano. Of course, he made that classic mistake of Command Panther on the ice, which we all saw. We all saw in the...
couldn't really prepare for the incredible random.
Beautiful YouTube video. The old Titanic flute.
You can feel free to play it if you like.
Ragnar Hammersbane actually nominates Ficklewolf. Does Ficklewolf
nice.
accept? Oh no, okay, I haven't seen him. So Zarok it is, he says. Fine.
Well, that'll do. Yeah, Zarok had a great game last week. 1 hour 8 minutes of really aggressive action. It wasn't incredibly well polished, but it was good, and it was. He just didn't quite beat Fahu in the closing moments of an epic contest, which you could find on YouTube. So yeah, absolutely. This will be his redemption possibly, and it's up against Stormless's buddy, the one and only Tenchi.
He definitely could have won last week. Definitely could have won. I mean, he was very unlucky on a number of occasions. But even right up to the end of the game, with the Tiger, and he had that AT gun, and it's like, move it into the VP, move it into the VP, and it just sat there, and we were like, I think he possibly could have, done something with that. But okay, here we go. So Tenchi has map selection for this game. Oh no, sorry, that's wrong. Tenchi has faction selection. Zarok has map selection.
But he has to choose a map from the designated map pool of Langraskaya Winter, the Scheldt, and Stalingrad. They're the 3 that we've gone with, isn't that right?
Yeah. Do you know what it is? I've just realised. Did you say Stalingrad?
Yeah, I just read the map pool.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I realised why they played Hamlet is because that's like the first thing that pops up when I left. Like, so
I
that's the
know.
map
That's
that
what
was
I
on when
thought
left
it was. It was the last map you played on.
No, I have to pick a 2v2 map to invite them to the game. So they just didn't change the map. They just pressed start. It could have been anything. I could have been on steps or something. They would have just clicked start. So
Well, you're meant to set them up. They didn't read the rules quite clearly.
I can't set up.
I blame you. I blame you. I know you don't want to hear that. Oh dear.
What's that meme with Buzz Lightyear and Woody? You know, the idiots everywhere. Okay, so we're gonna wait for these guys to start. It's gonna be Tenchi versus Zarok. I'll get AE in an observer party. We'll go over to the wait screen. When we're on the wait screen, by the way, we will do raffle for the commander giveaway, and we'll announce that after this game.
I can't wait. Also, we've got a major announcement to make today, involving what's going to be happening next weekend at PC Gamer. So as soon as we get over at least 600, 700 views, I'm sure we'll be announcing that today, Stormers.
If I can handle 600 viewers today.
What is your problem? Get your game face on.
I'm just enraged. Everybody possible has enraged me today. I wanna.
You're not gonna go.
The ban hammer is well out at the moment.
Don't go full hands on us, please.
Okay, right. These guys are gonna get ready. We'll have the wait screen come up, and then we'll go straight into game. Be a couple of minutes. Hello everybody and welcome to game 2 of today's King of the Hill. We have Tenchi, who just won our first game against Loghorn, playing on the left side of Kolodny Firma as the OKW.
He's playing as the Wehrmacht, and he's up against Zarok, who's playing as the Soviets, locking straight away partisan tactics in. I mean, what are we going to be seeing from partisan tactics? See, I have to work with this guy. Honestly, I'm a professional caster. He contracts me to come in, and then he doesn't even know the factions. It's crazy.
I just want to point, I'm having a really bad day and my head's all over the place. So I'm sorry if I make mistakes like that. I was looking at the tier 1 structure saying OKW.
As a professional caster, I had your back covered. I just carried on.
You did a great job.
You tried to make a big thing of it, and now here we are again. And this just isn't working for me anymore, Dan. I'm joking. Right, okay. Zarok as partisan tactics, which is really good on Kolodny Firma. You've got plenty of avenues to one-click ability, destroy your opponent's units on retreat, and I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of that in this game.
Always been one of the most popular commanders on this map. It's so beautiful, the ability to just pop out those 80 partisans from any of the buildings on the back line, decap the territory, especially this strategic point here, which is absolutely brutal for those kind of cutoffs. It's going to be an interesting game. Tenchi has got mobile defense, of course, mechanized assault and lightning war, so potential of tigers from 2 doctrines.
He's got the big cats from 2 avenues. Of course, the mechanized assault has been buffed. Zarok wasn't quite able to show us it being really, really powerful in the last game, but that might have just been because he was against Brits and against Fahu, who's been really conservative. So maybe if he were to choose that this time, it'd be a bit more interesting. Interestingly, Tenchi's gone for a mortar as his 3rd built unit, Dan.
I think that's Zarok is a known Maxim spammer. Favorite thing in the world. Why not build a mortar straight away? I think that's exactly why that appears there. There's no reason for him to build a mortar yet. He's not seen any units in buildings, not seen anything like. He just knows. You just know when you play Zarok that you need a mortar as one of the first few things in your build.
And yeah, it wasn't the best placement of that mortar ever. It had to get out of there almost straight away. Also, the Grenadiers have ran into, yes, of course, the first of many Maxims. There are now about to be 3 built. Zarok, to liken Maxim spam to like some kind of horrible assault, at least he tells you what he's going to do to you. He's made no bones about it. He said, I am going to spam Maxims until you bleed from multiple avenues, and he's doing that right now.
There's absolutely no disguise. He tells you in chat his bulletins are all, you know, Maxim related. You know, Tenchi's going double mortars, so maybe we'll see, or hopefully we'll see, some kind of countering begin to come in. But Tenchi needs to muster his forces and defend this strategic point, which Zarok is, I'm sure, very, very soon going to take. I really like that Tenchi's run his MG up the map, maybe in an effort to try and stop Maxims from getting up to the mid, which is quite a nice idea, to be honest. It's only going to hold out for so long.
Because that MG is not going to be up against any... oh god, there's just been a flamer coming up on the combat engineers. I was about to say, not against any infantry threat in the garrison, but now we've got a flamethrower, so you're going to have to be careful.
Flamer will make short work of that machine gun. The 2 mortars now just starting to get to work on this building here. Zarok actually having to retreat out of that engagement.
Really happy with Tenchi's build order, Dan. He is a StarCraft pro and caster, so he does analyse build orders, because if you get your build order wrong in a StarCraft, you've lost the game. There is no comeback mechanics like there are in Company of Heroes 2. So he's making sure he gets his build order something that he thinks will counter his opponent, and that's exactly what we're seeing in this game.
Yeah, it's a nice one, hopefully. And look at this as well, he's matched flamers. So he clearly is trying to...
First partisan.
Yep, first person's come out, instantly gets his pioneers out of there, but flamers are good. This means like building control of this map's now going to be very hard for Zarok. He's going to have to be dealing with mortars and flame pioneers, so difficult
great
game
retreat there from Tenchi, showing great mechanical knowledge of the game. He was able to retreat the MG from the garrison. I know how long has he been playing the game for, Dan?
Just over a year, I think, properly. I mean, he had been playing before, but seriously, yeah, I mean, just over a year.
Because that's one of those things that will set somebody that's just picked up the game, somebody that's been playing it for a year, the ability to retreat an MG from a garrison successfully. It sounds silly and it sounds small and trivial, but when you've got entire episodes of tight ropes... oh god, something just died.
Grenadier to the south, Maxim.
Ah,
yeah, tight ropes.
When you've got tight ropes, hints and tips video dedicated to how to get an MG out of a garrison, and they're meant for intermediate players, it really does set some people apart.
Sorry for that. Little game jam there. More partisans. Is this the first squad or the second squad? Still the first squad. Popping out of another building. They absolutely love this little trick of theirs. This time it looked like they're maybe trying to either pick these units up on the retreat or maybe even scout some of the mortars. It's pretty essential that Zarok tries to target those mortars early on, because they really will start to cause him problems. And it's Tenchi's only real way that he's going to be able to push out across his territory. But Tenchi at the moment hasn't really had too much focus on one specific area. He's trying to move around all areas of the map, and it hasn't quite worked out as Zarok's slowly tightening the noose around him.
Dude, I'm so sorry to do an AMI on you, but have you ever noticed just how beautiful this game is sometimes? I never get to watch it when I'm playing 1v1 on my own, but casting, I just watch the building destroy and the plumes of smoke and soot come up from it. And I was like, holy shit, this game is fucking gorgeous. It's really good sometimes.
My favourite one is actually tanks exploding. Some of the animations for tanks exploding in high physics are just phenomenal. Like when the Shermans go down, it's beautiful.
So yeah, sorry, back to the game. Tenchi has been put into a little bit of a Kessel at the moment. That's a German name for cauldron, or a fortress where you're forced into one area of the map. Tenchi's been obviously coming up against now 4 Maxims. That's why that's going to happen. I mean, just look at the placement of that one on the south exit to his base. It's just brutal.
Yeah, very, very difficult to get rid of. Positioning of the mortars here is absolutely essential, and Tenchi's trying to figure out a configuration that's going to allow him to kind of control certain areas. I think actually with 2 mortars in the right positions, he should be able to maybe hop in some buildings just to, 1, stop partisans getting out, and 2, get extra vision so that he's able to see those Maxims from a good distance and just continually auto-barrage them with the mortar. So he definitely has some opportunities to work this. Only lost 1 Grenadier at the moment too. And I have a feeling that these 2 mortars are going to deal some pretty decent manpower damage to Zarok, because he's still going into those partisans as well.
Another partisan popped from the munitions stronghouse there, forcing away the Grenadiers. Quick retreat from Tenchi, does not want to contend against PPSHs.
The enemy is attempting to steal our sector.
Yeah, they are nice plays from Zarok. I'm wondering if this is going to start working against him though.
The sector has been
Does he have his tier 3? Yeah, he's just gone up to tier 3.
The danger with partisans, obviously they are arguably overpowered in the mid portion of the game, but if you get to the late portion and your opponent has too many partisans, they suddenly become a massive burden and just extra pop cap that they just don't need.
The squad of pioneers has arrived.
Nice little capping from Tenchi here. He's trying to deny resources from his opponent by cutting off this side of the map. That's actually going to neutralize like 5 territories from Zarok, and really start to pull Zarok off of this huge assault he's been launching on Tenchi's resources.
Nice cut-off claimed by Tenchi. Has got to get out of there. A cut-off where you can't keep the cut-off for very long isn't that useful, but it's still just showing your opponent that you want to swallow up that map, and if he lets up for 1 second, you're going to take advantage.
Yeah, it does kind of instantly draw the player to that location. I think Tenchi is dealing very well with the Maxim threat. The only problem is there's just no real resource control whatsoever. It feels like he's trying to play for manpower engagements and try and get advantages there. But he needs to go up and north and get his fuel. He needs to dominate that fuel immediately. He needs to take control of this house to stop partisans from continually decapping his resource points.
Dan, there's a massive glaring fault in Tenchi's build order right now, and it's the pack 40. Yeah, he's got no pack 40. I experienced this. I mean, just to talk about a former intermediate player that's now a noob once more. I've been playing a lot of 1v1 this week. I've been trying to get my ranks back. I started as rank 400 Wehrmacht. I lost 9 games in a row before I ended up as 900, which was really embarrassing. And now I'm back up to 500. But I discovered, even if I was winning in the early game, even if I had control, which Tenchi hasn't got, if you don't have a pack, you are going to get taken advantage of. You need a pack even if you're dominant. Now, Tenchi hasn't even been dominant, and the fact that he doesn't have a pack right now means he's left a massive gaping hole in his armour, and is going to be exploited most likely.
Yep, there's certainly an unwritten rule, which is you must have an AT gun within 10 minutes of the game. Some form of AT, even if you're going to go mass bazookas, you need to have that up and running by 10 minutes. That is typically when these kind of units will start coming in and destroying you. He doesn't have it either.
Zarok cancelled his T-70 though. He cancelled his T-70 and he's gone for the T4 mechanised armour compania instead. So it's almost like the caster's curse. When you say something, you can see the T-70 being built. They cancel it to negate everything you've just said.
Potentially doesn't know that though, and that's the big thing, is that you have to expect, and you have to absolutely, if he was going to be cautious, like maybe we're saying, hasn't seen any vehicles, doesn't think he needs it yet, he should at least have a mine down somewhere, telemine, just in preparation to give himself a lot more time if it happens. I have a feeling Zarok's going to go. Oh no, he is actually going T-34 already. So
nice.
Yeah,
First big wipe of a Maxim there in the centre, Dan. Also, that called it by the Zarok's strat is to rush T-34-76. So that T-70 was something he was just thinking of for a moment, then he's gone back to his original strategy.
Feeling those Maxims absolutely essential that he gets all of that equipment off of Zarok, because Zarok, of course, is absolutely relying on that to nail down Tenchi's locations across the map. The two mortars, let's have a look how they're doing. 2 kills on one of them, 0 kills on the other. I don't know if they've been decrewed at all. They seem to have been doing a lot of work, more work than that I would have thought.
Yeah, they're not done. The thing is with mortars, Dan, is they don't necessarily have to have kills. I've mentioned this in casts before. It's more about the denial of tactics to your opponent. You can't stay in one area of the map for very long, so it just keeps him guessing, keeps him repositioning, and it's a micro drain upon him.
And she's taking a little bit of a risk down south here. He's just seen the engineers retreating from this location. He doesn't know if there's demo charges there. He doesn't want to make the push onto that strategic point just while his minesweepers are occupied on this VP South. Now he's seen the T-34 that's arrived onto the field. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see a Katyusha here as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one against the support weapons that Tenchi does have. He doesn't need to have 5 support weapons in total, so a Katyusha would be a big exploit upon that. He's got to worry though, Zarok, because he's let Tenchi get past the early game now, and Wehrmacht do start to get stronger in increasing amounts for the rest of the game now.
It's true, yeah. I think, like those games we used to cast on Faymanville during ESL, one of the best things we found with the Partisan Commander was actually how much ground damage and medium cover was created by the Katyusha when it comes out onto the field. Given that Zarok's gone for those Partisans, you could really utilize that cover to stealth up the battlefield and then just kind of spring out constantly. But this is great. Partisans hiding here, just managed to get a grenade off on this building, just covering the north munitions. Just making life really hard for Tenchi at every opportunity.
Yeah, it's terraforming the moonscape it creates, I believe was the term we used to use back in the day. We're getting one of those old casters dynamics, like when we used to cast this game back in ESL days. All this was all fields. We used to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and cast Von Ivan versus Paul, and we were happy because of it.
Pretty much. I'm just sad I never got to cast during blizzards, I would have
I did. It was me and Ipkai Fung casting one of the Reddit tournaments, and it's just like, yep, there's a blizzard. What do we talk about now for the next 4 minutes?
I think we could have managed it.
Yeah, I think so. We would have done alright. Partisan up to Veterancy 2 with a grenade against the Grenadiers that did absolutely nothing, it seems, just health damage. And Dan called it, everybody. The Katyusha, the Stalin organ, the first rocket artillery ever created is coming onto the field.
Yeah, this is, I think this is a really sensible idea from him, because the T-34 is still remaining pretty much uncontested at this point. Tenchi's AT gun just managed to get a couple of shots, but the Katyusha is going to put insane pressure on the small amount of territories that Tenchi has left to fight in. And here it comes with its Halloween Halloween skin there.
It's sickening, isn't it? Oh god, that's vile. What I was just saying is that I was absolutely wrong on the rocket artillery being invented by the Soviets. On a history corner with AE moments, it was actually used by the Ottoman Turks and Mongols in the Middle Ages. Katyusha rockets going in, gets condensed targets down.
It is, yeah. Tenchi instantly retreating the AT gun. Their mortar should get away, no problems. The last rocket may connect. It does, wiping one model, but no serious damage dealt from the Katyusha. Zarok should probably, I mean, he has all the things at his disposal. He's got huge anti-infantry suppression capabilities. He can get that Katyusha right up the map and make that circle of barrage a lot smaller, so he can deal more consistent damage where he's firing. So hopefully we do get to see that. But look at that, lots of craters already been created by the Katyusha, so any partisans that maybe pop out from behind are going to be able to stealth in that to maximum effect.
Tenchi's under what I like to call the Maxim effect right now. The Maxim effect is you have not got enough XP at this point in the game. He's only got 6 command points and he's clearly going for a Tiger first strategy. His fuel's going to be in the 300s by the time he reaches Tiger, which is wasted potential in my mind.
Yeah, I think if you haven't held fuel for a long time, you're probably thinking, oh, I've got to get that tank out. When I do finally be able to get that tank out, is it going to be a Tiger or is it going to be like a Panzer IV? And I think that's the big swing there. I'm sure he would have loved to go for something else, but also, you know, got to consider how big his army is at the moment. If he did go like tier 3 and then for a medium vehicle, he wouldn't have space for that Tiger, so it would almost like hinder him if he does manage to get this into the late game.
I'd love to see the famous Science Fantasy Scout Car late rush against a Katyusha moments that we have seen in so many Company Heroes 2 games. Just that suicide rush to kill the Katyusha is always fun to see.
Are securing our territory.
By the way, everybody in chat, Analysis Corner with AE does make good usage of your comments. So if you tag me, account_eliminator, which is my full name apparently, I will read out your analysis if it's good and if you're somebody I respect especially. So by all means, tag me with something to say.
Huge damage there from the Katyusha. Mortar wiped. AT gun wiped. Is this Zarok's moment to start pushing in with the T-34s? Engineers are trying to take the VP on the left side with help from the T-34-76. Tenchi's got to work on recruiting those at the moment. He has the manpower, he's got the units to do it, but instead he's going to be pushing down towards the strategic point. These aren't minesweepers. He doesn't know if there's a demo there or not, so this is a bit of a risk, but he's going to go for it anyway.
Very, very interesting moment there as Zarok sent that rocket artillery thundering into Tenchi's support weapons. He was also pushing with the T-34-76 in the south, causing a retreat there, which meant that Tenchi was not able to micro away effectively in the north. So using the Katyusha really just put a drain upon your opponent in terms of resilience and ability to keep track of what's happening.
I'm wondering where Tenchi's gonna go from here. He's so far off the CP for Tiger at the moment. He's got such a long way to go, and he's trying to fight off multiple tanks, which is very, very difficult. And any AT positions are just going to be quickly dealt with by the Katyusha. So the build from Zarok very strong here. Zarok hasn't overcommitted to partisans as well, which is very, very nice. But the big one, look at this. He's finally using the Katyusha barrage area.
That's exactly what Dan was talking about. That terraformed moonscape of yellow crater cover, which has, by the way, been buffed in Winter Balance Patch because it's a lot more effective now. He's using it to demolish support weapons and wreak havoc on the back lines.
Yeah, it's really, really nice usage of just what Partisans brings, really. It's going to be really nice. Just looking at the rest of the doctrine now, I mean, when that Tiger does come on the field, it's going to have to deal with marked target. So any, big flank from those T-34-76s with the cover of the Katyusha is going to end very, very badly for that late game Tiger. I'm not sure what options really Tenchi's got to work with.
It's such a fool's economy, a false economy to wait for the Tiger. Because although, yeah, sure, you've saved us a bit of fuel in order to get the Tiger, if you'd had a medium tank or an Ostwind, you would have been able to contest the fuel points on the map, and you would have had enough fuel for both. So it's not about trying to keep what fuel you have for the Tiger, it's about trying to keep the map so you get more fuel to get the Tiger. And that way it actually works out a lot better. And the timing and the knowledge of what you need to get to the is very important in Company Heroes 2.
We have 200
Zarok is really keeping Tenchi on his feet here. He's got munitions to spare. He hasn't been using the spy network at all. I would have thought spy network would be used more often when placing shots for the Katyusha, but clearly he's getting his vision because he's just so far up the field all the time. He's probably able to see quite a lot of what's going on as he moves up. In fact, oh, just manages to get his Maxim back. That's a nice one. I'm surprised Tenchi didn't make an effort to pick that one up.
Could have used tactical movement to get that, but he didn't. It's probably possibly a very underused ability, tactical movement. It's one of my favourites in the game, to be honest. Suddenly turns
a hell of a lot at the moment. I use it absolutely all the time.
Yeah, me too. It's great. It's nice just to use once in a game to get support weapons back should you have lost them, or to flank to get one final Faust off. And you can move everything. It applies to support weapons packs as well. Everything goes a little bit faster. Third T-34-76 on the field. The T-34-228 altogether.
I'm trying to think right now of where this game can start to be pushed back for Tenchi. And I'm just trying to think if he can save up the munitions. He has a really nice opportunity to potentially get the Ju-87s from the Stoop. I think this is another huge barrage from the Katyusha, forces the mortar away, may get the wipe, just about doesn't. But
it's
really
very important to note, by the way, 50 munitions is constantly being spent on spy network to allow him to figure out where to apply pressure with that Katyusha and to also probe with his T-34-76s. So he has a double advantage in this game.
Has he actually been using that routinely? Because that's the first time I've seen him use it so far. And that was something I was thinking because his munitions are so stacked up right now.
Spies are ready to reveal enemy positions.
Indeed, yeah. Well, he has used it. I think that time at least. I did see it in chat as well before it actually happened, so it's possibly been used more than once. And look at this T-34-76, uncontested in the south there. Constant pressure on Tenchi. And I think this is a real good game for Tenchi to watch the cast back and analyse how he can improve. He's clearly got great micro skill, but that game knowledge and tactical build sense is lacking, just as it has been for many StarCraft players in the past.
I think he did alright. Like, I mean, his build and how he was countering units seemed to be very good. The problem was actually, I think, map direction. You know, trying to spread out and go south when he hadn't got his own resources yet. He's just let Zarok stack resources constantly throughout this game. And now it's a situation where Zarok's fielding, you know, 3 T-34-76s with the Katyusha, you know, units that can stealth right up towards his base. It's really, really difficult for him to come back from this.
Notice this, by the way, Zarok with his Katyusha. The countdown is currently on 1 second left, but he's already driven it up into position in order to get the better shot off. Again, activating spy network, looking for what he needed. He saw that Gren was really close by and thought against it. And he's able to decimate this Grenadier squad.
Yeah, it's really nice. And there's a lot of barrages there. Tenchi has to be careful that he doesn't walk into the fourth one. He does walk in. Oh, that could have gone so wrong. Need to be counting those, because of course there's so many changes to the amounts of barrages that have come in. You know, Calliope got reduced to, what is it, 2 now? Katyusha's really always had 4.
The land mattress has been increased to a land mattress battle group. You get 2 for every one, and the barrage now lasts for 40 seconds.
Okay, I picked up on that one.
Yes, this week you're actually picking up on my fake balance note.
Tenchi with his huge misinformation. Did I say Tenchi? With his huge misinformation.
Helping hands with a bit of analysis in chat. If it doesn't get to VP, if he doesn't get the VPs, the Tiger won't have a chance to come out. That's very true. 66 victory points remaining right now. Tenchi's Tiger first strategy is being exposed to the maximum at the moment.
Yeah, a very tough situation. The game has pretty much 57 or 54 seconds left. I don't see Tenchi being able to get any of the caps in this. Zarok is just guarding every VP with some form of MG or T-34 on this side, for instance. It's very difficult for him to deal with. He's going to try throw Pioneers out. He's going to try throw them on the south VP as well. But spreading out like this is just going to be easy pickings for Zarok. It looks like we'll have a new king.
A new king in waiting, indeed. The only crowned king we've had so far has been Helping Hands, famously getting those 5 wins he needed in order to become reigning king. Tiger finally gets on the field, down 30, 28 victory points and dropping into the game. Will it be able to make enough of an impact?
No.
I was saying it for anthemic reasons. Will he be able to get back into this game? No, he's clearly lost.
No,
Thanks,
he's
Dan. He lost about 10 minutes ago. As soon as he didn't go tier 3,
show. I mean, you don't
but
see
as
that
soon as
many
he didn't
players.
get any vehicles out up until the Tiger, he's going to be losing against Katyushas. He's going to be losing against T-3476s if he doesn't have any mobile armor.
With 10 points remaining.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, he fielded a lot of units from tier 1, tier 2. You don't normally see that many units out on the field from those two tiers of Austere. So he used them relatively well, but you know, lack of tech. Zarok just climbed above in multiple situations. Zarok is the new king.
Zarok is the new king. He's just claimed his first win that usurps whoever was previous, which was Tenchi. And now he's got to face 5 opponents in order to become our crowned king. So yeah, let's go back to the lobby screen and raffle up.
Alrighty, well, that seals the second game for today. Tenchi had a nice little run in King of the Hill there. First game, pretty simple. Second game, a little more stress placed on him. So maybe he'll just rethink how to counter that strategy before he comes back into this tournament. I think I was surprised to see him play Austere. I don't really see him play Austere that often.
No, he usually prefers OKW, but I think it's because he knew he'd be up against Soviet spam. And he only really plays Axis, does Tenchi. He's only ranked in the 2 Axis functions because he's an absolute Veraboo, isn't he? He knew he couldn't go as OKW, so he had to go as Wehrmacht in this case.
Yep, a very difficult game, but we are about to move on to another. So I will open the... In fact, I think there was a raffle open already for the Commander winner. So let me just... The winner of the first Commander giveaway for today, that was going on during the game we just cast. They said I'd announce it now. That is Jeneraig. I'll announce him as the winner of chat. You'll get a message on Twitch. Just wait for me to send that message later, and then reply to it. I'll have a list of commanders you can choose from, and then I'll reply. I normally do it every Sunday with a commander key. Those people that won last week, again, you'll get those this evening, so we go on the rotation for that. So yes, guys, I'm going to open up another raffle right now. If you think you can beat Zarok and his Maxim spam, the ridiculous never-ending chain of Maxim retreat bugs.
How would you like to be raped? Because, no, I'm joking. But yeah, you're up against the Maxim spammer. He'll do it to you, so you need a counter for this guy. You're going to have to think around the box a little bit, outside the box, because it is that time once again, Dan. So that's right. Nominate or dominate, choose or lose, name or shame, elect or prepare to be wrecked. The raffle is now open. That's ! Raffle to get yourself in a commanding position to make a choice. Do my complimentary entry.
Good. You're just throwing out the rhymes today, aren't you?
The same 4 every time, but yes, I am.
With the complimentary entry, I loved it. Every bit of it. It's amazing.
Complimentary entry, I like that. I'm not sure if everything's an or, you see.
Mm.
Enter...
There's an interesting one. Raffle. They've had a lot of raffles come in, so I'm gonna, just to keep things moving quickly, I'm gonna just close the raffle now, and we'll do the pick for that one, which is going. Oh, that's right. I did make a screen for it now. Going to be.
I'm gonna check this out.
Marza1862.
Is that Marza of Ratatata fame?
I don't know, actually. But Marza1862, you're the winner. So, do you want to play against Zarok? Or do you want to nominate someone in chat you think could smash Zarok, humiliating him, making him look like some little kid with his pants down and a sore bum?
I think that is the very famous Ratatata, Mr. Ratata, love you. He's currently there right now. So will he choose one of his beloved Jove or Nagano?
I have a feeling I know it's going to be one of the Russians. And I would love to see one of the Russians show us how to deal with Zarok. I would actually relish the opportunity to watch
Mazda
that.
is streaming in Russian now. He currently has 34 viewers. I would love to see him play. Obviously, we'll be giving a little bit of a competitive advantage away, but it'd be funny if he played the game.
Mazda is casting the games too. He won't see chat probably.
I'm in his chat talking to him now.
Okay. We'll give him an opportunity because we like Marza. Marza's really funny. He's always kind of cast the opposite side of the tournaments that we've done. Do you know what I mean? And he's always come in at the end of it and said, "Good tournament, you know, love the games between, you know, like Russia and the West. We call it the West." Marza nominated Nagano. Is that true? Is that right, E?
I can't understand Russian at the moment. I'm trying. I mean, hopefully he's in the stream. As a 482. Nagano, yeah, he's chosen Nagano. He's saying it loads of times. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we'll get.
Did you know he's dressed in full Soviet uniform on his stream? He's like got the hat on and everything.
Should we pull it up quickly? Should we just pull it up so everyone can see?
Oh yeah, by all means. It's very
see what
funny.
he's doing, because Mars is hilarious. Let's load this up. All right.
Very funny.
See him in his Soviet uniform.
He's actually I think.
Say it. Here he is. Here's Marza right now on stream in his nice. Wow, he's gone the whole way on that, hasn't he? He's got the cap. He's got absolutely everything on there right now. So Marza's doing the Russian commentary, and look at all these rubles.
Yeah, I mean his highest donation there is 1,850 rubles, which is the equivalent of 60 pence.
A's not out to make friends with the Russian communities. Okay. Set this game up for these players. Now Nagano, I know, is familiar with the map pool, so I have no problems leaving it on Hamlet, because I know he'll change it. Let's see, where's Zarok? See Nagano anywhere at the moment? Let's just check. He's in game, willing to play.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he's in game. He's got that lovely picture of some Russian attractive woman as his Steam profile picture. Jove and him both do that, actually. I got excited when I first saw Nagano's picture. I was like, oh my god, another girl gamer playing Code Heroes 2. The third one in history and in 15 years of the community. just that gif with all the hot dogs falling on a woman's face.
Stapman used to do that as well, actually.
What's that, sorry?
Does. Stapman has a play picture.
It's a little bit strange, isn't it?
Okay, so Zarok has faction selection. Nagano has map selection.
Not liking my new camera, by the way. It's showing my aging process a little bit too much. Where's my light? Hold on a sec.
Okay, Nagano's done this before, so I hope he's familiar with that. So we'll wait for them to start that game. I'll just set everything up for the wait screen. Get AE into a party. Guys, if you don't know what the winter balance preview is at the moment, I would recommend just going and checking out the changelog. You'll see all the changes that are pretty much due to be coming into the game somewhere in March, hopefully. And it's like, I hope it comes in March. It should come in March. I have no reason to know that it wouldn't come in March.
It's March 2017 though, isn't it?
Ah, well, there's the catch. Hey, you've ruined it.
I'm gonna tidy up my sofa. Actually, people are complaining about the messiness of my room.
It's
just my
it's still,
sofa. I use it as a dumping ground. It's fine.
as you guys know, it's the winter balance preview, and if we miss winter going into March, then it has to roll on to winter next year. That's not actually what's happening. So let's just adjust this whilst we watch AE clear up his. What is he doing? Yeah.
Did you check out my ass? Jesus Christ, I can see myself on the replay. I've got love handles. What? When did they start? That's terrible.
Oh dear. Oh, it looks like they've started their game already. Gonna quickly double check. Yep. Excellent. Alright, I'm gonna invite you to the observer party.
Oh, here we go. Got an invite.
Over to the wait screen. And then, no, Ronnie. That's my flatmate.
Oh dear.
They always, like, literally get asked that all the time. So.
There we go.
Okay, right, so we're going to go over to the wait screen, and then we'll jump straight into the game for the third game of today? That's going to be right? Yeah, we'll
Stormus, I believe you have me muted again.
No. Oh, okay. There you go. Hear me now? Yeah, it's from typing. Anyway, we're going to go over to the wait screen, and we'll jump straight in. See you guys in a minute. Hello everybody and welcome to another game on King of the Hill. We have our current king at the moment, Zarok, who has just taken down Tenchi in the previous game with his famous Maxim strategy.
And he's up against Nagano, the Russian legend himself. The usurper formerly of Jove, known as the token Russian player that's really good in the community. No, Nagano is up there on the throne of Russians right now. And he's gone for OKW against the all-powerful Soviet strategy. What do you reckon? How do you fancy his chances, Dan?
Well, fairly good, to be honest. I think what the Maxim strategy does, it's a very, very effective lockdown, and it primarily deals with players who aren't kind of akin to dealing with it. You know, maybe players who are lower down a little bit or don't know the counters. But Zarok has to be really careful here because he's up against Nagano, and Nagano will make short work of players who try to use strategies like that.
Nagano is an excellent strategy player, tactician. He tore apart Lovenest's Soviets on Arnhem checkpoint in a tournament level game in late 2015. I know it's a while ago, but that was his first real scalp he'd claimed in the Company of Heroes 2 tournament community. And then in ESL he just went from strength to strength. A really difficult player to play against because he'll find ways to play against you that exploit your weaknesses.
We saw it last week in the game against Helping Hands. Was that last week or the week before, actually? 2 weeks ago. Against Helping Hands on Samoski Winter, like, trapped in his base, he still managed to find a way to continuously come back, pushing, you know, even one of the best Brit players, also maybe the best Brit player in the game, you know, back on a map that is, you know, favoured for the Brits, favoured for the Allies on there. He was in such a bad situation, so fully expect that Zarok's going to have a serious fight on his hands.
He is, and I wouldn't be too surprised if he didn't spam as many Maxims as you saw him do in the previous game. In the previous game, he may have been not taking the mick, because of course he does spam Maxims, that is how he plays, but this game, I expect to see 3 Maxims most likely, and into a little bit of a combination of guards, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's important, like, we don't ever, you know, slam these strategies. Hopefully as the game becomes more balanced, like, things like this are viable. Do you know what I mean? If you want to build all of that, you know, one unit and it works for you, that's your style, and that is Zarok's style. It's something that really is all about him these days, and he plays it very, very well.
And people in the chat are saying strategy in inverted commas. If you are implementing the build order before you even started the game and you play in a certain way, it's not a tactic, it is indeed a strategy. Just because you think that strategy is cheesy or lame or cheap doesn't mean it isn't a strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game without unit caps. You can build as much of most things as you want, you know, aside from your heavy tanks, which used to be a thing. But I mean, yeah, this is an interesting one. The flaw in Zarok's strategy, inverted commas, as you guys like, is really that it's predictable. It's very predictable what he's going to be doing. The second you see a couple of those Maxims on the field, I think you know exactly the direction he's gone. We want to see how Nagano provides the counter for this. At the moment, it's 4 Volksgrenadiers with his Kubel.
It's interesting for sure. We are actually seeing 4 Maxims, so I underestimated Zarok's Maxim building capacity, which I'm sure many people have done. So Nagano has a lot of the map right now due to... He's putting constant pressure down on the 19th century tech machine guns, trying to keep them at bay and just trying to out-micro his opponent seemingly.
One of the really nice things here, this 4 Volksgrenadier, there's only 3 Maxims on the field at the moment. Nagano's done a very good job of running around all of the locations where Zarok has set up. I think here Zarok spotted that early, that the Stern Pioneers would be coming around the side, so he's made a very early retreat there in good time. But it's just huge amounts of pressure. That's exactly what Nagano wants to be doing, making sure he keeps the units alive, but constantly trying to turn the position of the Maxims, maybe force them to retreat, just decapping little bits of territory here and there. So this counter strategy is all about huge pushes, you know, deep in enemy territory, constant managing of multiple units.
He's got to try and make it to the garrisons as well. He's got to try and focus on getting into green cover and keeping the vital areas of the map in his capacity. Interestingly, a bit of that's noted here. He's only just gotten pinned with that Stern Pioneer in the centre, and he's been able, because of that, because he only took 1 model loss, by the way, he was able to flank the Maxim with the Volksgrenadier. So Nagano is all about the tactics and the micro and the manoeuvring right now.
Manages to force some retreats there from Nagano. Nagano's got a 2 VP lead early as well, which is really important for Axis. If they can get those VPs in, obviously just delays that ticker on their side so that they have a more chance of getting into that late game where their armor becomes very helpful to them.
In terms of fuel economy now, Zarok does have 85 in the bag. He only has tier 2 built. Of course, he will be looking to get tier 3 and up in no time at all, as soon as he can. Back in base for Nagano, we haven't had any signs of the first supply truck. Well, we have indeed. He's gone for Mechanized Regiment Headquarters, Dan. Possibly for a Luke's, perhaps?
Yeah, not sure actually. Maybe he's expecting the Lukes is going to be able to do serious damage against all these Maxims. There's 2 engineers on the field. I don't know if he's able to spot this. So he might be cautious about going deep with the Lukes, as there may be mines kind of all over the place. My personal suspicion, I think he may go Puma, because it allows him to snipe across the river and just prevent that T-70 from ever coming close.
Yeah, he could get the Puma if there's no vehicles on the ground as of yet, and of course Zarok is favouring going for T-3476s at the moment. So it depends what he goes for, I guess, and what he's up against. I'd recommend that Nagano keep the idea of a Puma at bay until he needs it.
Guards have just hit the field at the moment. It is the Lukes actually at the moment from Nagano. This is going to get severely damaged by a combination of guards, and if there are any mines around. Interesting one. And Zarok, to get the guards, has gone with mechanized support tactics, so late game ISU clearly wants to be using that across the river for maximum squad wiping effect. It's going to work so well with the Maxims as well. You imagine one of those squads takes suppression, ISU is going to be able to deliver huge blows to that.
It really is. It's going to be an excellent tool. As called out earlier in the game, we did expect Zarok to utilise the elite infantry of the guards on the field, and he has gone for that synergy. It is what he has deployed.
Nagano is still confident with that choice, you can tell. I mean, he saw the guards way before the Lukes had actually finished building, so he's still confident that this is the best way. And it is, of course, the best, you know, the best infantry clearer, model to model. Nothing quite clears it like the Lukes. So hopefully he doesn't overextend too much just in case there are any mines there, but he's going to do that. Alan knows exactly what he's doing, but he just has no fear, you know, that's not something I would ever do without checking that there's a mine there.
I would have expected there to be mines as well, because with a heavy Maxim strategy you do end up with a lot of munitions. So what's Zarok been spending his munitions on if not mines?
Well, this is exactly what happened in the previous game. The munitions stacked. He had a lot of, 2 engineers on the field, but hasn't actually built any mines. It's a huge hole in his strategy. Maybe we'll see some now that the Lukes has revealed itself.
Single Lukes, reveal yourself. Alright. Just as a point of interest, by the way, the Lukes, or Lynx as it would be called in Germany, was one of the later war Panzer II tanks. Heavily specialising in, of course, what it does exactly in this game, and that's demolishing infantry and supporting your armies.
Nice use of the button there from guards. Manages to get about 25% health off of the Lukes. Going to stop it from pushing into that enemy territory. Do we see anything from Zarok yet? The 2 engineers are pretty static. He hasn't really got places he could really build the mines anymore. He should have done it when he had a bit more control over the map. Double guards from Zarok though, we're going to really keep pushing that off. Nagano's going for a second Panzer II though.
Second Panzer II. Just a bit more about this tank in terms of the Winter Balance mod. It's had a bit of change in this game. It's had a buff to its cost. It's gone from 315 to 265 manpower. Fuel from 65 to 60, but it's had a nerf to its AoE damage. And with a view to giving it more consistency rather than just wiping squads behind. So not all, it's had its reduction to damage, etc., but increases to its veterancy in terms of its output at veterancy. So it's an interesting dynamic, and it should make it a far different tank.
Zarok still being denied opportunities to lock down areas of the map right now. There's a constant decap on the fuel from Nagano, which is really nice, so it's allowing him to climb a little bit higher in tech. It looks like he's going for another tier truck. I probably expect that's going to be Battle Grouper now, probably wants healing on his units. He's locked in with Special Operations, so late game Command Panther will most likely be the option there. Really just good choices.
It's going to work in great synergy with what he's gone for. Obviously 10 CPs for the Command Panther. The 2 Lukes will be able to tide the stem of battle until that point, and his units will complement each other quite well.
Interested to see how the double Lukes performs here. They don't want to push too far against the guards, just in case something does start to go wrong. Maybe a nice retreat path. But this is great, pushing off both guards and the Maxim. Now the Volksgrenadiers have an opportunity to run up the field a little bit.
Look at Nagano's positioning again in that large dugout, as you would call it, the built-up fortress dugout with STG Volksgrenadiers. He's able to then just take the cutoff when he needs it. He's got line of sight on the cutoff. He notices the chink in the armour and he exploits it. Great play from Nagano.
Yeah, it's really nice. Now he's going for that strategic decap, but leave Zarok with only 1 strategic point. And of course he's just getting the T-70 out, so no signs of the Tier 4 this time. He's not going to be able to get to ISU if he doesn't manage to reclaim a lot of territory with this T-70.
Again, it's quite a low experience game in terms of the amounts of damage that's been done, the output. Zarok has actually dealt more damage output overall, with of course the Maxims giving steady platform, but he's lost 41 units versus 26 killed. So nearly a 2 KD for Nagano.
I mean, he has done very, very well so far. Units constantly moving here, just trying to cap and harass without kind of getting in the way of any of these Maxims. You'd think with 4 Maxims there'd be a lot more kind of field dominance, but it's just all been completely...
It's a masterclass, absolute masterclass in mechanical, tactical play from Nagano. He's used cover to his advantage, he's waited to get suppressed, then he's used another unit to come in at the exact right moment to exploit the Maxim and its narrow cone of vision, because it'd have to reset itself, right? So, it's a masterclass from Nagano, and I know we sound biased in Nagano's favour, but he's a true master of the tournament scene of this game, both come here as 1, come here as 2, 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2. This guy's seen it all and done it all, and watching him play is a pleasure in my mind.
Yeah, and it's nice to actually see Nagano be able to play something like this, because Nagano, you know, as we normally see, he may be coming up against players he knows and being forced to play certain counters. This time he's actually going, you know, like just a full mechanized regiment, which is really, really nice. You know, we're seeing the Puma come in now as well, so double Luke's Puma. A really, really nice build. We're just getting to watch Nagano kind of flex his muscles, his adaptive muscles on Zarok here. But I don't really see what Zarok is going to do here. T-70 is just not being able to push at all. Maybe worried about the Faust from the Volksgrenadiers. The Lukes can just sit here and snipe the guards off. I mean, they're not even healed. I don't think he's got... You know, he's just got medics, maybe, to see.
Yeah, he has indeed got healing. I think they may have just indeed popped, actually. But Cruzy with a great comment in Twitch chat. Zarok is the true master of Twitch chat, though, and that's a facetious comment, possibly indicating that Zarok is all talk and no action when it comes to big come here as 2 1 versus 1 clashes when it really matters most. So perhaps he'll watch that back and challenge Cruzy to a 1v1. That'd be interesting.
Here we go. This is really what I love about seeing an OKW. You know, I almost feel like the faction was designed for this kind of... It reminds me of the old Panzer Elite, you know, just heavily mobile, heavily mechanized, and just utterly brutal.
A faction of experts as well. All units that are glass cannons, they only fill one function and they need synergy. You need to give them that to cover for their own weaknesses. So at the moment he's got 2 spearmen, but then he's also got an archer in the back protecting them, you know. It's working quite well.
It is indeed. We just see special operations flares there being used. I think that will be coming down in the base. Yeah, you can see them here. So he's just checking out what Zarok's got at the moment, having a look at the situation. He's going to be able to see Zarok very, very static there and probably thinking, yeah, this is in the bag. Zarok's clearly reconfiguring everything he's got, trying to find a way to break Nagano. I'm really surprised he hasn't gone left side. Maybe he fears that there's like mines placed everywhere all over here. There have been 2 that I can see laid from Zarok.
Another piece of analysis from Twitch chats. Feisty Dutchman is trying to claim this is why Ost here is boned. You can't pull these kind of counters against Maxim spam. I disagree it for one reason only. You cannot base Nagano's style of play against Tenchi. Tenchi is a relative noob when it comes to high-level 1v1. In this game, he's a StarCraft 2 player. Nagano has been playing Company of Heroes for 10 years. There's a little bit of a disparity in terms of knowledge of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see how Nagano would counter it as Oster, but we just
I
don't
would
have
love to see that
situation right now.
He does like to play OKW, though. It must be said, it is his preferred faction to counter Soviets. Which is interesting because the meta should indicate that Soviets have the highest win rates at the moment, but Nagano is one of those players that does OKW.
I think even during ESL he was one of few that used to pick that. And he absolutely coined that brilliant strategy on Kharkov, which was the scavenge doctrine. Do you remember with the Jaeger infantry straight into the Ostwind?
Oh, yes.
double Ostwind, double Raketten, and it worked absolutely beautifully. It was a flawless strategy, so... And he seems to have gone away a little bit from that now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change, definitely. He's got his first Raketten on the field, though, so he's definitely feeling the hurt from this SU-76 T-70 combo, and that's shown in the fact that he has now lost his very first unit. He lost a Volksgrenadier, and that's 16 minutes into the game. He's got one squad wipe against him. Zarok, by comparison, has of course lost 2 Maxims only, both of which he did recrew. So Zarok has actually launched himself ahead in terms of overall squad wipes.
Oh, interesting. Puma there didn't quite manage to get a shot on the T-70. Tries to charge in a little bit, but a little bit of threat there from a now Su-76 and guards combination. Nagano, sorry, just loses a Volksgrenadier as well, so really picking away at Nagano's army. He's down to 2 Volksgrenadiers and the Stern Pioneers, so capping power is near non-existent at the moment. Definitely something for Zarok to capitalise on.
Can he capitalise on it though? He only has 2 mainline infantry, and they are the guards. If he were to lose any of them to the Lukes, get himself in a compromised position, he'd get heavy manpower attrition upon himself, so he's in a difficult position.
Oh, that was really nice. The Puma there almost looked like it was going to carry on the push. I think it is. I think he's going to try and go for it, and he does. He gets the Su-76 down on a really nice push. Now he's going to chase the T-70. Seemingly there's absolutely nothing there to contest him. The
Nagano's going for it, but the Zisgun, in the nick of time, just comes off the off-map, pushes away the Puma. It pops smokescreen to get out of there, and it's rekindled with its light tank brethren. And I would like to say the strategy is very reminiscent of Helping Hands at the moment as OKW. He's preparing a battle line of his forces, a line for his opponent to throw himself against, and then when he sees an exploit, he goes for it and he pushes hard. Momentary button, PTRS penetrates, nearly defiled the Panzer II there, pushing it away.
You make a good point about the moment picking. It's exactly what makes the top players is when they decide they can freely go in and push there. And it was nice that Nagano had scouted out what was in the base as well. He had some Volksgrenadiers on the kind of middle lane of this map.
Big push from Zarok. He tries to get the PTRS with another shot in against Lukes. Both are badly repaired now. He was pushing with the Zis in the meantime, but the infantry that was spearheading that push came up against a hard front of the STGs.
Interesting. Still a lot of VPs around. I would have expected actually the VP drain to be a lot more in Nagano's favour. It hasn't been, and Zarok is desperate to keep hold of this fuel. I think he realizes like this is his late game, the opportunity maybe to get that ISU, or whether he goes for more. He's actually going to go for another Su-76, which is absolutely necessary at this point. Maybe there's a little bit of a fear thing here. We don't see Zarok pushing in that hard, to be honest. I think it's probably because he's playing against Nagano, and Nagano's put up such a good game. But Zarok has everything he needs right now to kind of rush in and just swarm Nagano off the map. And he isn't taking that right now. The Command Panthers just hit the field, so it's going to get a little more difficult the longer he leaves this.
Just to call out in chat, somebody said that the new T70 seems a little bit underwhelming. That is because it has received several nerfs. Manpower cost increased, reload increased, AoE damage reduced, scatter increased, etc. Crew repair also removed. But it has had a few quality of life changes. Look, Dan, the Panzer, the Command Panther is going in.
Yeah, this is really, really risky. The Su-76 just came on the field. AT gun couldn't manage to get the shot after rotation, and there's nothing to snare. Another weakness of Zarok's build, no snaring units like the conscripts around. Guards nowhere to be seen at this point. I think they're just trying to come up now to prevent any further aggression from the Command Panther. But it's a really, really nice push, and again, he's just microing this so well.
Fantastically done. He did something excellent there with the Lukes and also the Panther. Instead of going around the back of the Zis, which Zarok would have anticipated, no, he stopped. He pressed W on his keyboard if he was using grid keys, kept his tank in position, let the Zis go into no man's land and hit nothing, an air shot. So cracking experience from Nagano showing through.
Yeah, it was really, really nice. And actually, I think it was it the Puma that leant in there just to destroy the Su-76 as that engagement was going on. So really, really good synergy. Lots going on there. Lots of vehicles to kind of take care of. And he did a really good job of that.
It's just experience, man. It's why having 10 years in the Company of Heroes scene will make you play in such a way like that. You've tried to go around the back of an AT gun literally thousands of times. So Nagano knows, hang on, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to, hang on, I'll stall and I'll let the AT gun maneuver, face nothing, and then I'll shoot it in the back. It's that kind of double think and that kind of, what's the word in poker weight? Double bluff, that's it, double bluff.
Yeah, he's absolute pro at this, and the game knowledge, although this time he may have made a little bit of a mistake with the Panzer II, which just goes down to a huge combination of anti-tank. Now he's trying to take some cheap shots with the Puma, which has to get out of there under cover of smoke. And Zarok is just holding on to this every single time. He's just picking little bits apart, but just about clinging on.
Can I shout out, by the way, Nagano is using radio silence in this game for 25 munitions, hiding the mini-map from his opponents, all units, so that's actually quite useful, and it will actually help him over the course of the game.
Just trying to see if that shows, actually. Yeah, it does actually show on here. You can see on Zarok's screen, just have a look at what the ability does. It basically means that Zarok, if he's looking at the mini-map, he won't be able to see any of these pushes from Nagano. It's a very underused ability, actually, but if you do find you're stacking up munitions with special operations, you know, it's one of those that can really just add an extra layer of stress to your opponent.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's about.
Just to make another point, there's no notifications that come up in your headphones, so when things do get engaged, you don't get those audio cues like you would normally get, and it can be really frustrating if you're in the middle of big engagements.
Those things that all adds up. We've got the Lukes pushing in the centre. We've got the Su-76 now down. Puma, however, just had its rear armour hit. It's popping smoke. It's still going for the T-70. This is Nagano going ham right now. However, it looks like he may have lost the Puma. In the centre, the Lukes is also in peril. Puma goes down. T-70 is in flames. Panther's now going in to try and make some kind of play to get some semblance of parity back, and he has done so.
Yeah, he's wiped a lot of really important units for Zarok there, Su-76 and the T-70. Zarok's actually decided it's not a good idea to keep going in with those vehicles anymore. He's going to build another AT gun and try and maybe focus more on the infantry side of things. But it's not looking too good for him right now. Just coming down to 120 VPs on the double drain.
Two great points from chat. We've had Feisty Dutchman. Zarok needs another Zis gun. You ask and he will deliver. He hasn't got the fuel to be spending on any more anti-tank measures. He needs to save for the IS-2, therefore, or the ISU-152 in this case, my mistake. So in this, he has gone for the second AT gun. Nagano, nobody's been pushing the left. The Nagano's flank on the left has been completely uncontested this entire game. It's been very much an arena battle in the east of Crossing in the Woods.
Yeah, I don't know if it makes much sense for him to go that side, because he knows he's just going to lose that fuel and on the right. That fuel is absolutely essential to him right now. Normally, you know what I mean? You kind of say, yeah, maybe he should just temp the left. But it's the furthest point away, and he just needs to kind of build it up until he can bring something out that's going to be worthwhile. He's missed his opportunity for ISU now. I think the only thing he can do is keep committing to his SU-76s.
Panther going down the centre of the map. He's noticed a weak spot in Zarok's army for about the 7th time in this game. He manages to decrew, finally decrew and possibly destroy one of the Maxims. And look at Zarok's army. It's so slow to respond, Dan. He's so in support weapons right now. He really can't react fast enough.
No, Zarok's just been overrun consistently this game. Now Nagano's trying to target the Maxims so that they can't even be recruited, and this is going to slowly stop all of that kind of anti-infantry suppression that Zarok's been holding, kind of allowing the guards to push up easily. When that goes, it's going to be a very different situation for Zarok.
The Vet 3 Zisgun is putting heavy fire on the Panther. Does of course get the bonuses at Vet 3, improving penetration and rate of fire. And there you go, finding its target on the Lukes. Bad micro from Nagano. He's letting the side down now for all the laurels we've given him.
Yeah, he did really nice camouflage there, actually. It's one of the things that the Lukes can do really nicely is to hold fire and then hit camo. And most of the times, even fresh after engagements, it will be able to stealth. It's a really nice use of that.
A cautious movement indeed. Becomes some kind of futuristic cybernetic organism that can shapeshift, defy space-time. It's very, very historically authentic.
I mean, it's a funny design. I'm surprised, or I would be surprised if at some point it didn't kind of go with the new stealth changes to how it can stealth, because, I mean, obviously it's designed to move very, very slowly, sneak around the map, maybe take out a Katusha or something like that. Stealthing mid-engagement, I know, is something that can frustrate people. There we go, finally goes down 2 huge shots from the AT there.
It was great. We saw the button from the guards, both AT guns, the Vet 3 one especially, just absolutely pulverised the Panther 2. But you'll notice the stolen Maxim in the centre, Dan, is stopping the combat engineers capping that vital ground, leaving Zarok in a very difficult predicament. 48 victory points to 458 victory points.
Yeah, he's put up a good fight, to be honest. Definitely given us lots of opportunities to see how Nagano deals with Maxims, and also how we should all be dealing with Maxims. Is put incredible pressure on. I think really though that it's the micro, the knowledge difference that has come into play here. Yeah, dealing with those Maxims is incredibly difficult, and Nagano is purely just skilled enough to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to counter Maxim spam, guys. Just become a god-based 1,000 hours of 1v1 tournament experience level play, 10 years of dedicated experience, and it's easy to counter them. What's your problem?
That's one way to sum it up.
Half-crack is now available for operations.
Always makes me laugh when somebody asks Lovenest when he's playing Wehrmacht in 1v1. You know, Lovenest, how would you counter Brits emplacements in 1v1? It's no problem. It's like, yeah, it's no problem for you. He meant for him. How would he counter 1v1 Brits? There's such a disparity between the legendary 1v1 players of this game and the rest of us. That's why it's a spectator sport at times. Here we go, Stukasavus goes in.
Really, really nice. Look at the wipes on the guard. And he's chasing in with the Stern Pioneers as well, trying to get the final little finishing blows. It's a last kick in the teeth before Zarok's forced to surrender. And again, surrenders, just as I said.
Oh, you called it. It's almost like you're used to surrendering yourself and you know the timing of it.
No, I never hit the surrender button.
Oh, you just quit menu, okay.
Yeah, I rage.
I pull my Ethernet cord out and put it back in again.
No, AE, that's bad.
I think they changed that. You can't do that now.
That's the Co1 hacks in full effect. So here we go. Here's the overview for that game. A huge amount of damage dealt by Zarok with the constant rat-ta-ta-ta of the Maxims going on there, but a pretty good game. You can see where Zarok started to trail off. In fact, Nagano just managed to keep higher in his army value for most of that, but I think the big one Where is it? Points held. Like you can see this here. Now you'd normally expect the Maxim strategy to hold a lot of territory. Nagano just made sure he was always holding more. Hyper aggression really works in the early game, and once he managed to get that tech out, it's just able to keep that huge lead in territory control. So pretty good game. Congratulations, Nagano is the new king of the hill. Alrighty, we are back. We're back to shelf making with Stormless.
Shelf making? Is that what's going on behind you all this time?
What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know if I could just look at the corridor at the moment. It's like
I've tidied up mine. Oh god.
Yeah, raising a barn.
Dear god.
Email
It's
idiots.
It's just like arses of out of shape 20-something stream or something, isn't it today? It's not very good.
Pretty much. Right, okay,
God.
so Nagano is the king of the hill at the moment. This is where I think we're going to see like a little more of a lax in people raffling. If you think you can beat Nagano, if you think you can take Nagano on and win, then exclamation mark raffle. Do that now.
That's right, everybody. Roll up, because it is now your chance to nominate or dominate, choose or lose, elect or be wrecked, name or shame. It's that time once again for exclamation mark raffle.
Oh yes. Sure, Mars is on a real booster right now because, of course, he's casting the tournament in Russian. It's probably his secret goal. He probably had a team of people already waiting to raffle, saying, "Make sure Nagano gets in. We've got to do this for our side."
He is a popular player, Nagano, increasingly, because he's always quite polite. He doesn't seem to troll. The one misnomer against his game is when him and Jove didn't think they had to play an ESL final because they were friends. But other than that, he's been a bit of a community legend. So yeah, he's a popular player.
Yeah, he is. He's a good guy, actually. He's definitely a player you can get behind and support. He has no real drawbacks to his name.
He also transcribes translates for Jove, doesn't he? Like if Rita isn't around, we need Nagano to be able to talk to Jove to get him in a tournament, etc.
All right, let's do the raffle draw. So we'll do that right now. You guys have been raffling for who is going to play Nagano next or nominate next. Previously, that was Marza who nominated Nagano, current king of the hill. So now we're going to draw. It's redditcoh 2.
Rihanna.
Hey, you found another girl gamer.
I doubt it very much. So probably just a fat nerd. That's
Why do
really
you sound deflated? Like, it's my goal. My mission to meet.
No,
I
just have the only girl we had in the Company Heroes 1 community was named Complexity, an admin on Game Replays, and it ended up being a nerdy guy that dressed as anime on stream sometimes.
I was gonna say, Complexity's not good.
No, he pretended to be a girl for years, to be honest. So yeah, we've been burnt by this before. Not that I'm some kind of neckbeard myself that needs a girl in the community. I just find it quite funny that on YouTube, my demographic stats literally say women, females, 0%.
Jesus. All right, I still haven't seen anything yet from redditcoh 2. Not seen anything in chat. Make sure, by the way, if you do give me your nomination or you do agree to play, please tag me. It's just at Stormless, and make sure that I can actually see it. We'll give it maybe 20 seconds more before we pass it on to someone else. In fact, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they would have done it by now. So we're gonna redraw for that one. So we'll go back to the screen. Oh, actually, no, he just does it just at that second. Barton.
Oh, Barton! He is upon us. The lord of the trolls, the king troll, the originator, the guy that's been taking names and making people cry for years now. And he's a fantastic tournament level player as well, Dan. He's got a serious pedigree behind him, SNF 5 winner, etc. So this guy is pretty legendary in this community, and he is ready to face Nagano.
He is, yeah. I didn't realise he was unbanned in my chat. No, actually, I unbanned him recently. So Barton was. I mean, I don't really ban people. Barton was the first one that kind of got under that level of skin. But
Oh, he'll get you. He'll get you.
He's all right now. Actually, he's cool. We'll hope that he plays respectfully. Fingers crossed.
Oh, by the way, there was a really nice map designed recently called Riverside, a 1v1 map. And it's beautiful. I'm going to link it in chat right now. Just look at some of the images of it. Apparently people were playing it and saying, I lost engagements because I was admiring the waterfall too much, etc. I kind of said to the guy on Reddit that if there was nothing else going on, we could possibly see if his map is any good in a 1v1 setting. It does have a few bridges though, so I'm not too sure on it. But tell me what you think, Stormless.
I'm not sure. And we could include it if they want to play it. If the players want to play it, I'm more than happy to do it. They would need to download that though, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So it might be a little bit difficult to orchestrate right now.
Maybe for the next game, perhaps.
Where is Barton? 11 banned or something?
No, he's just keeping you waiting. I take shit, etc. It's what he does, doesn't he?
It doesn't look like he's playing.
Give him 2 minutes. Yeah,
He's
give
now
him a minute
trying to nominate Price and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll give him a like 30 seconds. You can't nominate anyone. He can't play. Okay, thanks, Wifia.
Yeah, re-ruffle. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll re-roll. If anyone else wants to nominate on the re-roll, you're more than welcome to. So we'll go over to the screen and draw War Ashes, or War Rashes, actually, is the winner. So War Rashes. Who's it going to be?
The disappointment, isn't it? I think he doesn't like... Barton's one of the few players that actually doesn't like the current winter balance patch. There are diverse opinions in the community. I know that's one reason.
Yeah, with him and Von Asten are quite outspoken that they hate any change from what is currently the live patch, which kind of aggravates me because I'm like, this patch needs to go away. Crush anybody that disagrees.
Is my new camera good, by the way, or does it keep refocusing?
It does refocus sometimes. You can turn that off in the settings. Maybe I'll tell you how afterwards.
Yeah, you tell me. I don't like it when Fahu tells me.
Feisty Dutchman, I can only really read messages that have me tagged in, so there's no point if there's like walls of chat going, he can't play, and I miss it. I need to be tagged. You'll notice like as soon as Wurfia tagged me, like I read it instantly. So please make sure if you're going to nominate anyone or you want to play or you need my attention that you tag me in the sentence. Otherwise I'm not going to see it, unfortunately. Is he not had anything? Oh, he says, what do I have to do for raffle?
This thing. We've been running for 6 weeks now and still people aren't quite getting it.
Indeed, says, add me on WhatsApp. now I'm getting tagged messages constantly. Stormless, I like you. Thank you, Bagrants.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fahu, I'm not fixing the webcam.
Okay, we're rolling again. We're rolling again. We keep doing this till people develop brain cells. Cuba 9998. Currently the winner. Your option. Tell me who it is.
Your choice.
You know, I've got to redo the weight screen now as well, because I've done that for Barton. Hey Hans, how's it going?
Ooh,
So,
he's a good player.
Is Cuba gonna do anything?
Please, if you've won the raffle, You have a distinct choice to make, as we may have alluded to several times.
Yep. I'm not.
Yeah, re-roll, Dan. Get on with the re-rolls. If you don't get an answer within a minute, I think just re-roll straight away.
Block Price and Barton because they're now calling me. It's just a repeat of ESL all over again.
Don't even
Okay,
give
here we
them
go.
that airtime.
Sturm Tiger Frost.
Nice. Okay then.
Managed to get someone from this. Come on, Frost. I can see you there.
Hans is talking to us from the shower.
Really?
Yeah, he says, I'm
Oh.
having a shower, sorry.
I saw that. I saw it.
What the hell? Didn't know this was possible.
Come on, Frost. He's already written 2 messages. He's going to wait it out as well. Yeah, bye, Tracer. Always Barton and Price try and spam the call thing. Frost nominates himself. Awesome. Okay.
There we go.
Frost will play. Let's do it.
Get yourself in looking for group. Let's get it on. The chat.
I think I have Frost in
Really? You have a lot of
in
people.
friends.
Seems like Frost is actually Polish as well, so that certainly keeps the Polish contingent happy in this game.
Worries me slightly.
Not all Polish people are bad. My nan's okay.
Bryce, I know Barton called me, but I know what you guys are like, so I just banned both of you temporarily. I will unblock. I will unblock you afterwards. I promise. Just sending him invites now.
What's everybody doing for Valentine's Day in 2 days? Playing Company Heroes?
Frost is Sturm Tiger Frost, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's him. He is a very competent
Have you seen
player.
the Coty looking for group chat, by the way?
No,
Have you
is it
seen
funny?
it? It's pretty funny.
The Polish Ireland's work, as somebody said in chat. Entirety of Western Europe's workers, I think. Exporting hard labour since 2004. Yeah, so Frost is a decent player, as auto match ranks are as thus. Brits 38, USF has not played for a while, OKW 22, Soviets 43, and Wehrmacht 12. And he's also got a decent 2v2 AT team with Insane Priest. There are calls to fix the cam.
Your camera.
Yeah, should I try and change the refocus setting or something? Is it
Yeah,
that bad?
it's in. Is it what sorry, camera is it?
The Microsoft Cinecam or something. It's a good one. I got it recently, but obviously it keeps refocusing too much.
There with the software for it. Try and get it going. It doesn't matter too much in game.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So the game is starting very soon. So we'll go over to the wait screen. Stefan, unfortunately, I can't go in offline mode because you have to be in online mode to go into the observer parties, which is really annoying, actually, if I'm honest, because I would love to go into a hidden mode to avoid these kind of things.
We should make
But,
separate accounts. Let's see if Relic will give us 2 accounts.
Yeah.
Then we'd lose the players as friends, wouldn't we, you know?
What a shame.
It's a lose-lose situation. Well, yeah, that'd be the best. You can't see my camera, by the way. I will put it back
No,
on in
no,
a second.
I know.
Give
But
you-
we're going to go over to the wait screen anyway, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
But all right, see you guys very, very shortly. Hello everybody and welcome to this game on Faymonville Approach. We have our current King of the Hill on his second game, Nagano, playing as the Brits.
And he's up against Sturmtiger Frost, playing as, of course, as you would expect, the Wehrmacht in the southeast of Faymonville Approach.
Really good map, this one. It's one of my favourite maps to see in 1v1, actually.
It is the most popular and arguably the most balanced map in Company of Heroes 2, and tournament statistics have proven that.
Yeah, it's just so nice, like the open territory in the middle. Like, you've got so many fighting opportunities through there. The cover is evenly spaced. You know, you're constantly moving units from place to place, but mainly the cutoffs here are what I really like. You've got two really nice cutoffs on each base, which is a really nice point to have, you know, so you constantly focus on charging up the middle just to cut off huge amounts of territory and resources from your opponent. And just a weird start from Nagano, splitting up both squads with Brits.
Very interesting indeed. It's a bit unconventional, to say the least. Brits usually try and create a stronghold and try and hold that stronghold, but in this case, obviously Nagano, with his micro abilities, he reckons he can duke it out.
He's taking cover behind here. Is that a scrap bit of metal?
He's still technically in medium cover, it seems. He was getting the rate of fire bonuses, but indeed it wasn't the greatest choice from Nagano.
Finished and ready for use.
More surprised that kind of thing gives medium cover, if I'm totally honest with you.
He had one model inside a slight dip of yellow, and the rest were outside, so the entire squad got the rate of fire bonuses, which is interesting to say the least.
Frost swiftly dealt with the overextension there from the British infantry. That was sent straight back to base. Now Nagano's kind of taking that opportunity. It's almost like he led Frost to the left-hand side and has now given him the old 1-2 and taken the house with another squad of British Tommies.
Very interesting to see. Absolutely. Sorry, that means I wasn't listening to you. If a caster ever says interesting or indeed, it means they had their eyes on like the second screen, and they were like, "Yep, whatever you just said, buddy." It's the most patronising, crappy thing you can do in casting partnerships. Pretty
sure that you spend more time on Twitch chat at the moment, dealing with the.
No, I'm constantly looking for stats and looking at the balance notes. Like, for example, I was just going to call out that Frost's highest rank is indeed as Wehrmacht currently. He's rank 12 in auto matches Wehrmacht, so this is his favoured faction. Nagano just struggling to find him, but we know how good Nagano is. We've waxed lyrical about him for the past hour, so we don't really need to go into that too much.
Well, some of the first big engagements coming in at the moment. Nagano manages to force one of Frost Grenadiers off the right-hand side, and it looks like Frost Mortar got caught heavily out of position. He's trying to use the forward base here to reinforce on the move, and that may just save him from a squad wipe.
There you go, and this point will be a cut-off that Nagano will claim right now, so there you go. Frost supplies are all out of the order at the moment.
Yeah, very nice deep capping there. Now we've got the British sniper trying to start sniping these 4-man squads.
Got chug-lugging away with that big boy's anti-tank rifle, evaporating infantrymen into the ether. He will be.
It's a really nice sniper, actually. Probably one of my favourite snipers in the game, aside from the fact that it takes ages to actually fire and acquire targets. But really beautiful, diverse variation of the sniper models in this game. The mortar did actually get wiped there, I think, by the Tommies, so that's already down. Frost
Look at that.
Seemingly out of any control over the map so far. You know, got Tommies occupying the building in the southern munitions and fuel. So making it very difficult for Frost to actually begin the game, seemingly.
Yes, he's not done that well at beginning the game. The mortar, by the way, I think you could argue, although Nagano has been sitting behind cover a lot, is a little bit of a miscalculation of Nagano's tactics as Brits, because obviously infantry are a lot more mobile than the mortar will do damage. He's possibly expecting a Vickers and the usual standard stuff you see from Brits, but instead it's a little bit more mobile.
Yeah, I guess he's just going to be worried about British cover, and I guess it kind of just maybe throws them around a little bit, but it's not the most effective mortar against Brits in cover. At the very least, he could use it to pressure the sniper. You know, anywhere he sees the sniper, maybe he can get some shots off. We'll see, but he is going to try and clear this building now where the Brits have occupied the fuel on the right side. This is the closest fuel, probably the easiest connected fuel to Frost, so he wants to make sure that he maybe focuses on this now that he's had the run around of the beginning of the game.
Love Nest is in chat. There will be a large-scale announcement after the conclusion of this game, so after this game is finished, do not turn your Twitch off. Stormless and I do have a bit of an announcement to make, a little tiny bit of excitement to talk about. We've got,
I'll let you do that.
We've got the AEC has now been built. Of course, this is a very much a vehicle-focused combat role now in Winter Balance Patch. No more sniping models, or that's the hope at least.
Yeah, it's going to take on primarily more of an anti-vehicle unit, which is really nice, and we'll get to have a little bit of a look at that right now. But it still does have some effect against infantry. I think we saw that before, didn't we? It was still...
It is the hull gunner. Every single hull gun in this game will now focus infantry, regardless of targeting, regardless of hold fire against vehicles only. So every vehicle has a slight nerf in terms of machine gun output, but the AEC and the Puma and the T-70 AEC and the Puma rather, are now distinct vehicle roles. So for the AEC, for example, max armor increased from 40 to 50, max scatter increased, moving accuracy increased, but the turret, but the AOE is the most important statistic. It's been decreased to match the Puma, so it's now going to be a vehicle killing vehicle, not a everything killing vehicle.
We'll see how that leaves the Brits. Nagano still believes it is an effective unit for the cause, and at the very least, it's going to do a good job protecting the sniper. Very good job doing that.
Everybody in chat thinks we're having a baby, Dan, because I said we've got an announcement to make.
Yep, well, if you didn't know that was coming, you haven't spent long enough on Twitch.
Seemingly not. I thought I'd spent a lifetime on there, but never mind. The sniper, by the way, has only got 7 kills so far. This is not too great an output. It's just average, one would recommend. It's a little bit conservative from Nagano. Possibly expecting a sniper from Frost.
Huge KD lead from Nagano at the moment, 26-5, just as I close the overview there. So Frost has already taken a huge beating in the manpower department, and you've got to credit a lot to the sniper. 8 of those kills come from the sniper. Brilliant play from Nagano with that unit so far, and just really pressuring the left. Frost seems to be coming out of it a bit though. He's stabilized on his side, so he's got his fuel, needs to work on the munitions. which I believe he's going to take the one closest to him now.
Enemy causing trouble, trying to take
And he's
one
going
of
to
our
work
points.
perhaps on some AT. We're coming up to the 10 minutes in the game where you should definitely have AT in the field. He's going to have the scout car, but that
Damned
probably
enemies
isn't
trying
going
to
to be
take a
good
point
enough
Late
to...
scout car.
Yeah, and it's going to counter the sniper, but it's not going to counter the AEC at all.
You want the scout car or the Wehrmacht out within 6 minutes, I'd recommend, to really have an impact when it's most useful.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to get out so quickly though, especially when you're manpower hampered from this sniper. The sniper's been a really, really good option here.
To talk about the 222 though, I will take another opportunity to talk about the balance notes. It's had a bit of a nerf in terms of how much it costs. It's now 250 and 30 manpower and 30 fuel. But it has had a bit of a buff in terms of what it can do. The acceleration has been increased, and the veterancy bonuses have been increased. Well, increased in terms of how powerful they are, I mean. So it's a little bit of a balancing act there. So it's interesting to see how much it can have an effect in this game.
Not too much to deal with at the moment. Only 2 squads of infantry protecting where the sniper was last seen by Frost, so he's clearly brought it over there. Now the AEC is coming to help deal with the problem. Manages to take a shot, but it misses. On the move accuracy issues there.
Yeah, seemingly. It's not going to have much of an impact on this game, and I would argue that's a little bit of waste of resources at this point, to be honest. 9 minutes into the game, you've already got the AEC and 6-pounder on the field now, so it's really limited. And of course, the sniper is net 1 kill away from veterancy 1, so don't see it having much of a prospect. There you go. Should see that pip of veterancy case any time now, as soon as he hits the grenadier with a big anti-tank shot.
Well, it looks like he's going to get some kind of push out of it. The Grenadiers there went up to the AEC to Faust it, and that's going to reduce its effectiveness at dealing with the scout class. So there may be a little more time for this to have a window of effect. Frost is doing really good, actually pushing all 3 fronts at the moment with Oster, which is no easy thing to do.
You've got to do it. Even if it hurts as Oster, you have to be aggressive with your territory taking. You can't just sit back and think to yourself, right, I'm a prepared position faction. Because that will make probably problems even worse, even the current meta. LMG fire on the anti-tank sniper. He's had to retreat, a little bit of a strange retreat there. He has got the veterancy 1, the all-important veterancy 1 though now.
So he's going to be able to heal up all these units in the base. Pioneer did go down by Frost there.
Our capture point.
Bit of an unfortunate one, because he's going to probably want that to tech. Unless he goes into mechanized, I can't really see any doctrines that he's not going to want to tech with.
Dan, I just want you to try and guess what KD Nagano currently has.
I think probably 50 to 10.
Oh, very close, 40 to 10. He has a 4 KD right now. It's pretty insane as the AC wrecks the 222. It was the most ill-effective crap unit we've seen for a long time in King of the Hill.
Yeah, it was a very mistimed unit. AT gun really should have been the one to use there. You know, there's no indirect fire on the field yet, only the sniper to deal with. It's a shame, and really I was expecting that would maybe go and push the sniper, but he just wasn't really willing to do it.
No. 222s often are used as suicide vehicles. That possibly would have been a usage for that one.
Quick look, I think a rifle nade just went on the squad on the south there, trying to push them out of the cover. Didn't work though, and the squad in the building just getting absolutely hammered by the British infantry in support of the AEC. No sign of commanders yet for either player.
Just watched an engagement between Royal Engineers and Pioneers. Pioneers have had their near accuracy increased in terms of its output, so they're meant to be a little bit more DPS at the moment, but didn't seem to be in that case. Oh, we just saw the MG42 get evaporated in the house, seemingly. I thought for all the world it was going to get out of that situation, but no, it is now a permanent fixture within the house and we'll never see it again.
That was a bit of a late retreat there, actually. He'd flicked on the incendiary rounds, actually just against the engineers, so... and that just did, you know, it suppressed them. In fact, it pinned them down completely, but lost it to the sniper in the end, which is not really the best of trades.
God, no. Also saw a nice mine.
No trade.
Yeah,
no
much.
trade, just give me a unit.
Is it still a trade if you give somebody something without anything in return?
No, it's not a trade. No, it's
It's just loss.
It was the equivalent of having a shiny Charizard stolen from you when Pokemon was popular.
Don't trigger me.
You had that too?
No, when I was about 12 or 13, I went. There was a big fair on at the local park or whatever, and there was a tent for Pokemon card swapping, etc. I had 8 shinies. Now they were really good ones like Machamp, etc. Cool ones that I liked. That were my favourites. And somebody had one of the next generation, like some crappy Totodile or whatever the hell they were called. I hate the generation after the classic one. And they had their parents with them. And he said, oh, look what I've got. I'll swap it you for all your shinies. And his mum was like, yeah, wow, that's a really good deal. Are you sure 8 shinies is worth your 1 card? And he was like, yeah, no, it's okay, Mum, I'm feeling generous. So I, as a gullible 12-year-old, I believed him. And I swapped 8 shinies for it, and it was an energy card with a crap printout glued to it. And his mum must have known that. So they were an immoral family, and to this day I want to track them down and burn their house down.
Thank you for that lovely story. I thought that was going to be like a 20-second story, but
no, I got sorry.
Unfortunately, nothing big happened during the game. In that point.
I was watching the game and nothing was happening. It was a lull in activity, expertly timed. STG's here trying to duke it out, but the infantry section does have cover, although the mortar's trying to deny them that.
Yeah, 5-man squad upgrade for the Brits has popped in the last few minutes as well, and this is going to make a huge difference. So previously the 4-man squads, they were kind of unarmed in terms of their upgrades. Now we've got 5-man squads. This is going to make them even more durable, even more effective in cover as they benefit from the extra rate of fire as they do go in there. That equipped with the fact that we're now seeing double Bren's upgrade on some of these squads. With the healing, these are now a force to be reckoned with that can sit on the front lines for ages in battle. We're finally seeing the AT gun come out 15 minutes into the game.
15 minutes for the Pack 40. That should have been on the field quite some time ago. Would have kept the AEC at bay. And if he wanted a scout car, it would have kept it alive.
Yeah, I mean, slowly... Actually, Frost did put a really good fight up against Nagano. I have to say, like, the engagements that he was doing were very, very good. But, just really losing it on the tech, it seems to be odd. I mean, he's rank 12, as you say, with Oster, so...
Yeah, it's a little bit of a misnomer. I don't know what's happened there. Interestingly, Dan, he's got the Panzer IV Command tank. It's not seen that often in recent meta. It's an interesting unit to field. Nice camo as well.
I'm really interested to see this one because when I was looking through his commanders before, I was thinking, well, there's no real commanders in there he'd want to like use without having tech or tier 3 or whatever. And this is one of the ones I was thinking, really? Did you go for that call in first? I know it's a good one, but it's given that he doesn't have any fuel, I don't know if that's the tank I would have reached for. And he's cancelled the AT gun, so...
What? I was wondering what the hell had happened to that. We were like, yes, finally! Some anti-tank! No, he's gone for an anti-infantry base tank and no pack.
Yeah, so still, like, the AEC is just roaming right now, and I don't really value that technical decision very much. It's getting hard counted by the AEC AT gun combination. One more hit would do it. It fires, but doesn't hit the shot.
It did actually, of course, penetrate the armoured cars frontal armour, so it can actually penetrate, but it's not going to win in a head-on engagement against the AEC, because the AEC does a lot more damage against the vehicle type. Plus, the P4 misses most of its shots, so that definitely accounts for that lack of damage.
I mean, it's funny to see it miss so many shots. This was a unit that Loveness was primarily using. Do you remember Loveness using Mechanized Doctrine quite a lot? And he got great value from this unit. Absolutely great value. I think he was using it. With the Puma normally? I think he used it last week as well.
To be honest, he mostly used it for the spotting scopes, but in that last week game he didn't get much of a chance to show it, as because obviously Von Ivan was all over him like a rash. Yeah, famous games on ESL with spotting scopes on, crossing in the woods. I think possibly against Nagano actually. I'll have to check that out on my spreadsheet. Hang on.
Frost here running very, very close to a squad of engineers. Absolutely shred through them. The AEC didn't manage to find a targets to get the final kill in time. Very fragile situation from Frost. He's now completely disconnected from territory. He's got one strategic point for his resource game to play with at the moment, and he's still trying to flank with those grenadiers right round the left-hand side. Attempts the rifle nade. Nagano's all over the micro though. He spots that well early. Now the squad is overextended.
And they're out of position. Notice he doesn't go for the retreat, so he's just going to have to linger around. He'd have to run the gauntlet if he wanted to get back into the game right now.
An interesting one, yeah. Sniper's actually picking them off there at the back, yeah.
He knew there was some... retreat. Oh, and it's going to be a brutal one. He really should have, I think, soft microed away. I was expecting him to go south and go back to base and become a good unit again, but looks like he's just pickings for the boys anti-tank rifle, the 55 cal sniper.
Panzer IV really has done nothing. It does have one kill, in fairness to it.
Oh, there's the gauntlet I spoke about, Dan. Terrible retreat. The sniper's just thinking, oh, he's missed his first shot, but he's got another. He's got another shot against him. Will he be able to get it?
I think he got away with it.
Oh, how did he survive that? That's bad play, I think. He was very lucky to have gotten away.
Yeah, it definitely should not have been allowed to live with that. AEC didn't track the target quick enough either, but the sniper just taking a little bit too long to acquire the target. Again, we do have somehow Veteran C1 on the...
Can you look at the base of the Wehrmacht for me a second?
Yeah, sure.
Can you notice that the Grenadier retreats to a point that's significantly far away from the headquarters? This is a new change to Winter Balance Patch. This allows... it's meant to stop... There you go, you saw the Panzer Grenadiers retreat there. It's meant to stop the idea of clumping and wipes in the course of a game. And I think it's one of those changes that will make the game a lot easier for a lot of people and a lot less punishing.
Yeah, it's an interesting change, actually. I could really see the benefits on OKW, and I see it's coming for other factions.
We are losing a sector.
Very interesting one. So yeah, one of the other things that I spot, by the way, from Frost, which kind of aggravates me, is just the lack of healing. Like, he hasn't gone for healing once this game. I mean, he's still doing all right in the engagement department, but without healing, like, where do you expect to go? And this may obviously be a little bit in part to the fact the sniper's on the field, and he's thinking they're just going to get one-shotted anyway, or what's the point of them, whatever health they are. But now he's coming up against the Brens. Anytime he goes into engagement low health, is just going to murder him. I haven't seen if he's been using the medkits. Maybe we should check that.
No, I was just looking through every unit, and I cannot see a single medkit on cooldown. Obviously, medkit...
Yeah, I'm just going to watch it, because he does have the opportunity. Medkit's now 15 munitions. So, I want to see, maybe he is using them from time to time. But I've not seen it so far. I'm still seeing him just running with the low health squads. And still no AT. He's got enough manpower. Doesn't want to build it. There we go, there we go. The 21-minute AT gun. We're going to see it this time.
Well, the comments now come out.
He's going to lose...
Is there an argument, Dan, as the infantry company / no, it's down. I was going to say, is there an argument for only bringing an AT gun when you need it as them? But we both know the answer to that. 320 manpower, it takes a while to build. No, there isn't an argument. And Nagano is reigning supreme.
Yep, that's going to be his second game win, which means his prize pool is full in effect now.
Oh, is it? Tell us more, O'Daniel.
Yep, well, he's won his second game, which means he is going to be able to get his first £10 added to the prize pool, and then he wins 5 games for every successive game that he wins after this.
2,000 rubles, this is fantastic.
Got your calculator out, have you?
No, I'm just being facetious. Yes, carry on.
Alright, well, let's go back to the main screen. I think you've got your announcement to do, haven't you?
Oh, yes, our...
Sorry, I just came back into the lobby then, and it was playing like the end music of the game. It just went dun dun and stopped.
Oh god, I'm gonna actually watch this.
Amazing.
Just to see how great your XSplit skills truly are.
Really was good.
Fantastic. As we mentioned, there are. Let's just see how many views we've got. 579. That'll do. Next Sunday on Relic Entertainment's channel, you will be delighted to see, as part of the Make Love Not War event 4 or whatever it is. There's going to be a big game between Hans and Love Nest, two arch rivals, especially of recent tournaments past gone, and also they play each other on stream from time to time, etc. Well, they're going to be playing each other in a live capacity, only a metre away from each other in the Make Law Not Love booth at PC Gamer Weekend. And also Dan and I will have the microphone. We'll be casting it live on Twitch from London, everybody being live like some kind of LAN, like it's 1998 again, and we're playing Quake or what have you. That's going to be next Saturday between the hours of 1 and 5 p.m. That is what I've been told by Kyle, so I'm sure there'll be some kind of countdown or announcement as the exact time closer to it. But yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. And we'd appreciate if everyone came to support us on that channel. It's important you do, because even though we have strong suspicions that it's rigged in Dawn of War 3's favor, we really want to give out a good show for Company Heroes. We want our ratings to be much higher, just so that they know that the KOTU community is still very strong and very committed.
We actually have a community. I know Dawn of War has somewhat of the actual game, not the 40k thing. They've got a little bit of a community, but we've got a full-fledged, living, breathing 10,000 people that love to play this game, 1,000 people that turn up for Twitch tournaments when it's at the height. We've got something good going on for past 4 years now. So I think we should kick their asses if it was a fair contest.
Are we doing another game? Yeah, am I right? Am I seeing the time right?
Yeah, it's currently 6
Yeah.
o'clock. We cast till 7, don't we?
Yeah, sorry. You're right. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open the raffle up. So you guys, if you want to try and play and beat Nagano, Frost was not able to beat Nagano in the last game. You might be able to, or you might know someone who may be able to. So !raffle for your chance to nominate or play. And we'll do that one in just a minute. Also, after this, we will do another Commander raffle. We'll pick 2 winners from the next one as well to announce at the end of the stream. So, ready to do that. Oh, I see Love Nest has entered the raffle. Does that mean Love Nest you might be able to play?
Well,
a
that's
Love Nest Nagano game would be a crazy one to finish on.
It would be a very good way to finish the day, because he does have an opportunity right now to nominate, dominate, choose or lose, elect or be wrecked, name or shame. Love Nest has entered the raffle, and so should you! ! Raffle to play.
Who's the bigger grudge match, do you think? Hans Nagano or Love Nest Nagano?
Love Nest Nagano? I don't think Hans' biggest grudge matches are with Von Ivan currently. But I've seen Nagano and Love Nest play in more finals, and they've had a more longevity to their rivalry. So I'd say that's the case for that one. Did I just speak English? I was struggling, I think.
Aren't we all? I seem to have picked up a little bit, and he's just trailing off now.
Bullshit!
Thanks for carrying me earlier, because that's fine. I've perked up a little bit. Mainly after that story about Pokemon cards, and I think we should set up a fund, so that you have
this
the
bullshit, man. No, seriously, his mum and dad were both there, and they knew he had a fake, and they encouraged him to duke me out of 8 shinies. Who does that to a child? What are they teaching him? Tell me, Daniel.
I don't know.
Well,
it was a shame. I had a worse experience. I don't know. I've just picked the raffle winner, by the way. It's Handworker. So Handworker, you won the raffle. Let me know in chat. Remember, please tag me. Do you want to play, or do you want to nominate someone to play? My experience of the Pokemon, I actually one day it was amazing. I went out and I bought a Fire and a Leaf booster pack, right?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh no, sorry, no. I bought a War
Firebush.
Sorry. And two things that shouldn't be mixed. And anyway, I kid you not, I got Venus and Blastosaur, and I was like. Was it Blastoise, Blastosaur,
and Venoise. Yay,
I got both of them, right?
They were, yeah.
And I traded them for what I thought was a super rare Mew, but it turned out to be one of the freebies that you get from going to watch the Pokemon movie.
I remember that. It was shit. Yeah, every kid had that, and we didn't let it play in battles. That's so bad.
Says, Love Nest, try Vindicare or someone else. Handworker says Vindicare. So, Vindicare, you gonna play? He says yes. Awesome.
Hey, that was
Let's watch
easy.
a Vindicare game. Vindicare, do you know what? Vindicare, I don't know if you remember, I played against Vindicare in that tournament, and it's just unfortunate, wasn't it, that you were casting it with Magpie. One of that day I was taking a break from ESL duties. Remember that? So I just beaten easy. I was feeling on a life
Didn't you
high.
get
I was
slaughtered?
I got absolutely slaughtered. I hadn't really played much Soviets, and I don't know why, but Soviets were quite strong at the time. So I thought, yeah, do you know what? I'm just going to pick Soviets. They're clearly a really good faction. I believe in my own ability.
Yeah.
3-minute game.
Oh, dear God.
3-minute game. I lost that my first Maxim instantly. It literally walked forward, got wrecked by Stern Pioneers, and I called GG. It was terrible. All right, so we're gonna get Vindicare in. Vindicare, if you don't know how this works, you need to go to the Kotu looking for group menu in Company Heroes. So you go chat, open that, Kotu looking for group, and then once you're in there, I'll drag you into the custom game I'm about to make. It's gonna be Nagano Vindicare next game. It's gonna be exciting. These are the kind of games that I really love casting, by the way. I love
Yeah, me too.
getting into these ones. Actually, I may have Vindicare on my friends list.
Really? I don't think Vindicare
Yeah, I
has
did.
been overly active recently, so I'm going to be interested to see how he plays. Just trying to find his player card now. Let's have a look. That's not him. We have now casted, I believe, 4 or 5 games now. People in the chat.
Yeah, I think that was the 4th game just then. So this will be game number 5. Which I think we get through like a reasonable amount, really, don't we? And
Yeah, we definitely do. Nothing on our old 9 hours of ESL days. What were we thinking? That was crazy.
that hit 11 hours on multiple occasions.
Oh, can't believe that.
Okay, right. So I'm just going to do the weight screen quickly.
Okie dokie. See you
And,
in
not yet,
3-4
not yet.
minutes.
No, I mean, I'm setting it up. That means you can
Oh.
waffle.
Okay. It's time for History Corner with AE before I get cut off. Did you know there used to be other people, and some of these people had fights with each other in an organised national scale called wars? And one of these wars was the Second World War, and that is what this game is based on.
I don't know why I let you speak.
Heinz Guderian, it is a bike in the background. It is just a cheap mountain bike, not a road bike. I do live in a rather modestly sized flat, and that is currently the best place for it. So, yeah.
Alrighty, looks like we're ready to move over to the weight screen. It'll be a couple of minutes before the game starts. It'll be the final game, probably, I think, tonight, unless it's a short game, in which case we can do another one. So yeah, go and grab something to drink quickly, and we'll gladly entertain you for hopefully what will be the next hour game. Alright, hello everybody, welcome to another game of King of the Hill. We have Nagano playing once again as the Brits after winning his second game against Frost in the previous round.
And that's the pause for me to say we've got Vindicare as Wehrmacht, who's looking to usurp him.
Yeah, Vindicare, a very good player, a newcomer as well. We haven't seen Vindicare play in this event yet, so it's always good to have a fresh face on the scene. It kind of means we don't know what to expect. I haven't really cast much of Vindicare, so not familiar with his style, not familiar with his build. However, we can see he's going straight in with the sniper and another engineer.
Yeah, Vindicare X is was very prominent in the 2014-15 era of play. It currently holds top 50 ranks in 3 of the factions: Brits, USF, and OKW, and then he's 80 and 79 respectively in the traditional base factions. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's competitive against Nagano, who is absolutely brutal to play against.
Yeah, Nagano, really fearsome player. And not one that you want to make any mistakes with early on, and the sniper is a unit that could be just that. It could be the recipe disaster, or it could be an amazing tool to use against the Brits.
Could be an implement of destruction indeed if you utilise correctly on this map, where you don't want to push too hard over that very, very prominent negative cover. The sniper can pick away from behind it and really give you some problems. So Vindicare X, excellent retro Co2 and possibly Co1 player, so he could be making good usage here. Dan, could you possibly give me a running time sync, please, because I'm not actually in your lobby. I had to join individually.
Oh, that's weird. We're currently 2:04, as I said that.
Yeah, you have to keep saying the seconds, mate.
Okay, 9, 10, 11...
Oh, I'm a pro. I did it all instantly. I went ×8 and then timed it. That's what years of casting Common Heroes 1 will do for you, because there was no observer mode back in that game. So I'm going to trust that I'm with you now. Hopefully we don't get much lag. I'll try and keep up with you. But yes, very interesting game so far. I mean, Vindicare X being uber aggressive, but he's being flanked right now by double infantry sections. Nagano, noticing the danger straight away, goes straight for the sniper. Grenadiers are coming to try and cover for its shoots brethren.
Yeah, that was exactly the mistake that we were looking for there with the sniper. Again, an instrument of destruction, but if you lose that after making such a bold decision to make it as your first unit, that would have been a huge upset straight away. He was very, very fortunate that that lived, to be honest, but as we all know, snipers are made of kryptonite. They are usually able to retreat.
And he's only at 40% health now as the sniper, which is going to prompt very early cost on the bunker building, and of course the upgrade to medic bunker. Otherwise,
he's going to be either really, really careful with how he uses that, or make that investment quick. I think actually though, he will, if he can get any of these units to vet 1, he will be able to heal the sniper up with his infantry. So he could actually, you know, put off the bunker if he gets some good veterancy quickly. But I'm not seeing that on any of his units so far. It's going to be difficult for him to do that first.
There we go, he's got to do the med bunker straight away. The sniper's completely ineffective whilst it's happening, and that's what a good flank against a sniper will do, even if you don't kill it in the very early game.
Such an unfortunate early start, really, isn't it? Because how much on the back foot in terms of manpower and teching is he going to be now that he's just been forced into that? He's a squad down on the field easily, you know, basically only two Grens to fight the big
look
battles.
who's in that central crater just north of the central victory point right now. You got the 55 cal armor piercing sniper on hold fire. He's going to linger, he's going to wait, he's going to pick his moments, and then he's going to counter snipe.
The British sniper, really. I mean, I love those sniper engagements. You've got one, you know, the Axis sniper, he likes to shoot with finesse. It's almost like the bullet is an arrow, do you know what I mean? Like finely carved. Yes. But the British one just fires a cannonball and it just disintegrates everything. So whichever one we're going to see, hopefully it's going to be a pretty beautiful counter snipe one way or the other.
It is absolute fantasy, but that's what we like from Relic games. They have a great feel for what is actually cool at times. Sometimes they overdo it, of course. But in this case, it's a nice design element. You've got a sniper with an anti-tank rifle. Oh god, the Brit sniper, by the way, is lingering.
We're losing a
He's
capture
waiting,
point.
he's getting closer, jumping into yellow cover, waiting, timing.
He picked a really good moment to go, actually, because I was going to make a point about how difficult it is for snipers to move
Downed
up the
enemies
map
trying
here.
to take a
They
point from us.
would kind of just sit on the edge of the
Supplies looking a
road
bit
and just
squiffy.
snipe what they could in the
Lines being
center.
cut.
But
There you go, Dan. Can he get him? Oh, couldn't quite get within the circle just in time, and the Ver sniper ducks behind the trees, the sight blockers, to maintain his sentience life upon this planet.
very lucky he managed to move out the way of those pioneers as they came past, so avoiding any kind of detection at all. Nice. Nagano seems to be set up in a position that he definitely wants to be in. The only problem is if he does get flushed out of there, he's got a long retreat through negative cover. Could cause a problem. And Vet 1 on the Austere sniper, so it does have the incendiary. That quick shot.
Double tap ability. I'm just going to very quickly read about that because I'm sure there's been some changes in this patch. I think they were quite early on. So of course we know the sniper stealth changes. If you're firing a shot from camouflaged, you're not able to return. If you're not camouflaged, you fire a shot, you can't go to be camouflaged for 10 seconds. There's a bit of a nerf to that there. And you can't cloak out until you're out of combat for 3 seconds.
Our capture point. They're trying to take it.
I think there were Wehrmacht specific ones there, to be honest. Just quality of life changes, isn't that, to be honest.
AEC just hits the field for Nagano. It's going to be matched by a scout car pretty much out at the same time, so these two are going to have a little bit of a playoff against each other in terms of what they achieve on the battlefield. That sniper is very, very close to those pioneers and doesn't get detected.
Yeah, that is a little bit of lucky miss. Just out of the scope there. Very, very close.
Really, like, just on the edge. I often wonder, like, right now, what really the role of the scout car is against the Brits.
Again?
Because the AEC is just going to be, you know, so brutal against it.
Well, if he can keep it within Faust range, he's got a chance, you know. Of course, the turret of the AC can be traversed. If you get a Faust off like he's going to be trying to do, so the Grenadiers need to get as close as they can to the AC, but he's on the road. This map is one giant road.
RE sappers reporting in.
Nice, actually used the incendiary round there. I thought he was maybe going to save that in case Nagano reveals his sniper.
Oh, the AC's going ham, Dan.
Oh,
He knows
didn't
about
commit
the...
to it.
No, he knows about the Faust. He does not want to get Fausted because then he'd lose it. So Nagano, again, a level-headed experience shining through.
Pretty good. They're definitely picking their moments. The retreats from both players have been on point at the moment. The capping is very, very good. They're obviously, like, you know, really pushing each other around. Not one player just getting pushed around, but both of them doing the same to each other. Nagano has a bit more of a central focus here. He's managed to lock that down and keep hold of it for a lot of the game. And this gives him like a nice platform to push out from every time when you've got control of the road.
So of course the British sniper of Nagano must have been revealed at some point because Vindicare has been using hold fire himself, or at least he's got very good game sense for the fact that he has it. So.
That's obvious because he has been picked off by the Brit sniper a couple of times, hasn't he?
I see. No, he hasn't. The Brit sniper has no kill, so he must have seen
That
it. He must
opened
have.
fire. That opened fire before.
The Brit sniper has no kills. Maybe it was a shot that he missed then.
Maybe actually no, maybe I'm not. No, you might be right actually there. You might be right. No, it's not him. He didn't fire.
Oh, there you see with a rare shot, and I call it a rare shot against an infantry section because they're not meant to be able to really pick off against infantry in the current WBC. PC.
Be careful of that MG though. That's the big one against him. Galkai just gets fed into one. Pioneers there for a little bit of moral support. Not sure what they're going to be able to do. Galkai just takes an absolute beating. This is why I say, like, I really don't know what this unit's going to do against Brits. It's going to actually just be baiting into the AT gun.
Pack 40! Great shot. Sorry to interrupt there. I just watching the Pack 40 through the hedgerow. A fantastic far-range shot, just about hitting the AEC. So there you go. It was a trap, Admiral Akbar would say.
Oh, this is nice. There's a retreating Tommy here. Is he going to use... Can he use the incendiary? No, he doesn't have the munitions, I don't think, to use it.
There's the game sense of Nagano. He kept his retreating Tommy alive by forcing the infantry section into combat.
I do think, though, actually, the Vindicator played that very well because he was cut off. The Tommies were right down in that strategic cut-off section, and he kind of carefully, you know, even though there were Tommies by the fuel, he still microed that very, very well to keep that sniper alive. And that sniper has, you know, now escaped two very, very big engagements, like life-threatening engagements. He's playing that very, very well.
Nagano has fallen into the hold fire sniper metagame trap. He's built a unit that he has not used yet. He has not got a single kill with his sniper, and that is an old Code 1 faithful thing, and Nagano surely will start plugging away soon, because you have to give up eventually. And there you go, he's just started firing, just as I mentioned it actually. So indeed, he has started firing now, and that is because he knows it's a false economy to keep it on hold fire for any longer.
I'd be interested to know when that sniper was revealed, whether it's just kind of a hunch game sense, or because the Pioneers on my screen never revealed that sniper. It never kind of came out. So maybe he must have made a slip, you know, where they run across the cover too fast or something. I'd be interested to know what the point was where that was revealed. But great sniper play from both players. That's really been the focus of the game so far, is kind of light vehicles and snipers, which is lovely.
Yeah, it's been good synergy, it's been good variation in play, and I actually really like this map. I hear a lot of flack against it, but everything I've seen of it so far, it offers a little bit something different. Large roads that are perpendicular to the avenues of play and negative cover in a big band across the centre really makes players think twice about being foolish. It was the 222 is foolish, it eats a shot from the 6-pounder, but the ASC goes down in unison with a similar shot. What a turnabout in play.
Yeah, that was a really, really good moment there. Both the light vehicles get wiped, just completely evening out the field. Ostrupen call in from Vindicare with the mobile defense pick. And just to be careful now that the sniper doesn't continue to pick off unnecessary units as he tries to attack the strategic point in the center. The cut-off from Nagano. That should be, I mean, when these Ostrupen come out, I imagine it's probably going to be the first sign of the commander. They're just going to be spotted by Nagano now. So it'd be interesting to see how Nagano responds, whether he picks something instantly or not.
The enemy is attempting to
Pioneer in a tricky situation. It's caught. He's going to get focus fired. Negative cover kicking in. Will it survive? Doubtful. It's got another band of negative cover to go over. But there you go. The MG saves the day.
Ostrupen are a nice choice. Nice to see the Ostrupen outside of the Ostrupen commander. Obviously, with those extra units on the field now, you can also mobilize the quick capping ability here with the counterattack tactics. It's going to let him really quickly decap and recap territory.
He's going to have to do something. This is the commander you play when all else is failing you, as Nagano expertly gets away out of that rifle nade there in the east. But it's a very good commander, but only in the mid-game when you're not doing too well, and that's exactly what's happening to Vindicare X.
We were having this debate with someone actually on your YouTube channel about the game with Loveness last week, and you know, I don't think that mobile defense is a strong pick in general, but you're right, you know, in this situation it's one that you pretty much have to go to. But then again, you know, just have a look at the way that the AEC, I mean, it's not been particularly strong in this game. It hasn't been overpowered. So is it really that there's not enough time?
It's not a strong commander on a level pegging with other commanders. It's very situational based on your point in the game, not having very good fuel economy and map control in general, and up against possible Cromwells, possible, well, obviously the AC roving around. So if you've already got a Pack 14, you're struggling to get some map dominance, you can get quick Ostrupen squad to replace your losses, you can get the Puma out, and then very quickly the Panzer IV out, and it just gets you back in the game.
Back in the game, but it seems to be like a bit of a stunt, you know what I mean? You either use those units incredibly well, or it's just kind of you sit there on the Puma tech, not really wanting or feeling that you can upgrade until eventually you're overrun, which I expect is going to be the Comet again.
Just had the Pioneer go down in the west, one of the few losses that we've seen in this game. It's been quite good preservation overall, but we have started to see a few losses now. In fact, yes, that was Vindicare X's first loss other than the scout car. Nagano, in terms of losses, overall squad losses, he's just lost the AEC, so very good preservation from both players.
Sniper here hiding by the tree. Very cinematic there. He's going to look to try and get that sniper any opportunity, and hopefully the sniper's going to make a mistake and come around here now. Nagano's actually brought sniper kills up to 10, so he's recovered a lot of that missed time from not using the sniper early on.
And this is what the Ostroupen are good for, Dan. Cannon fodder to try and get your opponent's sniper
firing.
firing.
See the counter snipe? There it is!
Oh, there we go! The sharpshooter makes his way upon the map and decimates the British sniper.
There we go, as Vindicare is the winner of the sniper engagement. Nagano may even lose a Tommy squad on the retreat as well.
Lucky.
Struggling to get that sniper out of there.
No, he's done very well. He's soft retreated away because the Tommy section were hunting. Then he juked it out, but the Dug got double bluffed by Nagano, who finds him. Negative cover. Will he make it across the road? No, he won't!
How unfortunate after that
and the
heroic shot.
Grenadier died too! This is brutal because we thought that Vindicare had started to ways back on. Here comes the Mustard machine, Colonel Mustard! The big, disgustingly painted Panzer IV infantry tank is here, and he's going to plaster your troops.
Yeah, he's going to be matched very quickly by the Cromwell. Easily the bigger choice, I think, on this map right now. Going to be a difficult game for Vindicare. Kind of evened it out a little bit, but you know, things in this game, they've been dying at the same time. It's really weird. You know, the light vehicles go down, the snipers go down. Now we're probably going to see that Corlin go down immediately.
He's trying to go to the Pack 40 there. He needs to get within the line of sight of the Pack 40 to protect his tank, and it looks like he may have done that with the help of Panzer Tactician Smoke.
Really good play there, defending his own lines. Faust making the retreat difficult for the Cromwell. Been a really good game so far. I'm interested to see now where Vindicare goes with this. He obviously didn't go straight in with the Puma, probably wishing that he had now at this point. We may see an extra AT gun. I haven't seen any Talamines go down, which I think is
just a shout out, this is a deceptively strong community, 584 viewers for such a 4-year-old RTS game. It's pretty good relative to the game. A new viewer in chat just played his first ever auto match game, and Sonny says, I never play with an asshole and forfeits. As the Panzer IV is now an X-tank, Sam.
Yeah, what killed that? Was that the AT gun, I think, wasn't it?
It was the six pounder, as I was regaling chat with the crap story about somebody in the chat, so yeah. my bad, but good kill for the 6-pounder.
Long shot there, and the Panzer IV, you know, getting ready to go in for that nice counter-attack. He had support of the AT gun, pushing the damaged engine Cromwell, and it just didn't go right. A bit of an overextension. Probably could have guessed Nagano would have something in place for that. And again, you know, just no caution to mines there from Vindicare. There could have been mines all over that territory. Just pushed up with it. I don't think he's swept it yet. Haven't seen these guys go up that part of the map for a while.
Oh, Nagano has dodged every single rifle grenade that's been thrown at him. There's only one grenadier left, and I think that's a telling story.
Well, Cromwell is now dominant unit on the field. It doesn't really have anything to worry about. I'm not seeing any Talamines and all the kind of choke points, so it could, if you wanted to, go for a deep push. There's double minesweepers on from Nagano, so there's going to be plenty of scouting for this unit. And I love Nagano's attention to detail, you know, green cover sandbags going there. I found something out, actually, the other day from Cruzy. You'll be interested to hear this.
Go on.
So, Austere versus Brits, and I was watching a game, I think it was Von Ivan. And I said, you know what, you're able to Faust buildings and things. Is there any chance you'd be able to, you know, Faust the sandbags and then remove the cover for the Brits, right? It seems like a valuable thing you could do. Apparently not. Cruzy actually found out, he went and checked, and the British sandbags have 300 HP, whereas another sandbag like that built by the Austere has something like 80 or something ridiculous. So
Brits OP, nerf Brits sandbag HP in my opinion.
So yeah, their actual green cover that they build is stronger for Brits than it is for any of the other factions. Obviously, I think maybe minus.
I'd love Cruzy to be on the Balance mod team, actually. I know they've got Mr. Smith and Raja Floor, etc., who are great with coding already, but Cruzy has a really good eye for things in the stats that make the game, that could make the game better. The Cromwell's going in, Dan. It's found a really good avenue around the side of the pack, but it's scared of the Panzerfaust, and it's got right to be.
Yeah, there we go. Actually gets a Faust off. The AT gun probably not in a position where it can chase at the moment. It is low health. He doesn't want that to get decrewed because of the Veterancy 1 stun ability that it can deliver. And, oh, there we go. There goes the decrew. That's a big win for Nagano at that point. Just desperate capping now from Vindicare. He's trying to get VP on the left, maybe just to try and stop the drain a little bit. He's down to 250 now. No teching options, really. Let's just check out the tech at the moment. Only Battle Phase 1. He's going to have to rely on Puma Call-ins.
Very quickly, there's another new player in chat. Oh, Commander, welcome. Is the community friendly? Yes, it gets increasingly friendly every day because we're getting over our toxic phase a little bit into a more mature 4-year-old community phase.
The enemy is attempting to steal our sector.
Almost like we've stopped being teenagers a little bit. So Nagano's still maintaining dominance across multiple fronts here. He's just built another machine gun to solidify his stake on multiple avenues of play.
Yeah, and he's going to be building that really important second Cromwell. He must be wondering why he hasn't seen much on the field. I mean, I know he's paid a lot of attention to kind of fuel this game, but there's only been the Panzer IV out. And he must know that Vindicare easily has enough fuel to have brought a Puma out with that. So he must be really wondering like where these vehicles are. And I'm also wondering where they are as well, because we're still not seeing any signs of teching. And
Dan, the fuel points on this map are at the far left and far right of the map, and they're very easy to cut off and very easy for Nagano seemingly to control, and it's exactly what he has done. Although Vindicare X has 150 fuel, he hasn't got much more than that because of Nagano's expert levels of map control.
Might lose an Ostroupen squad here retreating from the road. Very, very low health. AT gun tries to come in for some cover. I think we're getting a bunker here with an MG upgrade. Trying to stop Nagano from pushing that strategic point all the time.
The Cromwells, of course, 110 fuel to bring one of these things on. It's one of the best medium tanks in the game. Great rotation, good AoE. It's got 2 machine guns, the Fury. And it's arguably a little bit overpowered as we see one flanking, but the Pack 40 expertly positioned. Vindicare X must have heard it. There we go, the Cromwells made it around the rear of the pack. One more shot to decrew.
Absolutely love that. As the Cromwell came in, trying to take down some of the corners of the buildings in an attempt to get the MG destroyed with the building loss. Now he might be able to ram it with one of the other ones.
Oh,
there we go.
Unnecessary. The MG is now a smouldering wreck inside the wreckage of that building. A pretty much useless Colonel Mustard tank comes onto the field.
Yeah, again, not sure of the decision for that. I still think Puma may have been better, at least another AT gun. He's gone to recruit that with the Ostroupen. Needs to try and get some damage on this Cromwell so he can Faust it. There goes the Faust, but I don't think it's going to engine damage. It won't.
No.
Nothing is penetrating this thing, and he's able to easily, well, I say easily, he did take a shot there, but it's going to be easy for him to dodge around that AT gun.
That's the problem. The Panzer IV does have an AoE intensive profile, couldn't penetrate. The Cromwell's reigning supreme, and Nagano, a king in the making, Daniel.
Yeah, he's getting very, very close to matching Helping Hands as a Crowned King in this event. That was an interesting game, and really nice to see sniper play, the like vehicle play. Really, really good. But again, you know, this is 2 times now that we've seen mobile defense fall flat on its ass. Quite frankly, I mean, it has not done anything, and if you're using mobile defense to counter AEC, it's not working. Really
yeah, exactly. It is a reflex defensive commander. So most players are on the defensive when they utilize it, and it is a roll of the dice, and those dice show death for Vindicare X.
Hey guys. All right, okay, back to the lobby it is. Feisty Dutchman says, I found a pattern. All the kings play Brits mostly. Interesting. Interesting point. Then again, that hasn't been quite true all round, has it?
I wasn't listening. I was talking to somebody in the chat. Because I have, if you want me to cast another game, because I know you like your Twitch views, you've got 600 at the moment, you have to get the players to play on my boy from Reddit's 2v2 map, 1 versus 1 map that he's made. That is my criteria and my terms and conditions.
Okay. And if I say no?
Well, you'll have solo cast, but it seems like a really nice map. It's lovely. Have a look at
Is
it.
this not something we could plan to do next week when the players could organise getting the map? 'Cause
We're
not
in
gonna have to
London
wait-
next week, you sneaky bastard. I know your games.
I nearly said it with such conviction that you're like, yeah, sure, no worries. Okay,
No.
so how does this work? We'll do one more because we want to do one more for.
Well, I
You guys
say
wanna see
I
one more
work
game,
till
right?
7. Yeah, of course they want to see one more game.
Okay, so, what's the map? How do we get it? How do they get it?
The map is Riverside. It's a newly created map that nobody really has played on to a high standard, so I want to see 2 players test it out for this guy. He's put a lot of effort into making a beautiful map. It's absolutely gorgeous.
I have to put another point across. Sorry, I know you're thinking I'm trying to get out of this. I'm not. I'm just going to put a fair point across. A map that these players haven't played. We don't know what the balance is like on it. It hasn't been tested for 1v1 and auto match. Is that not fair to Nagano, who's playing in a competitive tournament for money?
Ask him the question. Ask him the question.
Ask him.
Neither of these players will have ever played on it before. Nagano can challenge allies on even urban maps, so that guy is a rock. He's steady. He can take all comers. 2v2, 1v1, co-1, co-2. He's an absolute multi-weapon assault platform. Whilst Lovenest, have you opened the raffle yet, Lovenest? Not Lovenest. What's your name? Dan. Sorry, Stillness.
I'm honoured. Thank you.
Oh,
Lovenest. He sees my skills on the keyboard and he's like, that
Oh,
must be
dear.
Lovenest.
You
That
can't
must
even
be
use-
Lovenest.
You can't even micro changing scenes in. Like, you mute yourself half the time.
I haven't got a very good scene management
Brain,
thing going on.
my brain hurts, etc.
It's not that. Like, if I could even show you, like, it's got this
no,
dimly
it's
lit keyboard, like, behind the microphone that I'm trying to.
Excuses. Go on, get the raffle on the go.
I'm just going to ask Nagano. A's
I'll
right.
ask him.
It's his decision to make. The raffle is open at the moment. So, guys, if you want to try and take on Nagano, end his streak, please, someone try and end his streak before he becomes the king. There you go. If that happens, then we'll be about 5 minutes into the next game because they'll be trying to get the maps. Anybody that's just turned up on the channel, by the way, and you haven't been here before, next weekend there is a big event for us as a community. It is the Make War Not Love event for those of us that don't have girlfriends. And what we're going to be doing is each game from Sega's RTS kind of area. It's going to be Dawn of War 3, Company of Heroes, Total War, one other game I'd never heard of that Sega decides to throw in for no reason. And all we're going to do is basically they're going to be streaming next weekend, and it's kind of like whoever gets the most viewers wins. It's the easiest thing that Relic could rig, so it was chosen as a format. And we're going to be casting a game between Helping Hands and Love Nest.
Oh,
which is gonna be
live
really
as
cool.
well. We have the floor at PC Gamer Weekender. We'll be able to preach the good word about Company Heroes 2. So, I'll probably say, yeah, it had a bit of a dodgy release, but now it's a really strong game. Buy it. It's cheap on Steam. Get it. The community is getting stronger every day. It's about quality, etc. I've just asked Nagano the question, by the way, in Steam, so we'll see. But I'm
You
more
asked
than
him
happy for you to...
the question.
Will he marry me and become my Russian bride? I asked
Oh.
him. Mr.
Well-
KVic79 asked me multiple times in chat, what do you think about Relic should make this game free to play to get more people to play it, and then they can sell all the in-game stuff? Yes, absolutely agree with that fully. They should have done it a long time ago, and I hope they still do that. I still think there's a chance they might do that, to be honest.
Free to play would be quite cool, actually. Not
Oh,
so
yeah.
much for the general community. It'd be good for my stats, because it'd just be like endless amounts of
Yeah, I was thinking that.
noobs to crush. I would love that.
It was so... When I went on my Wehrmacht from 400 to 900 and back to 500 journey this week with a -7 loss streak, I got to see the full range of players in the player pool. When you get to like the 900 to 1000 range, it gets really interesting. I must say, there's some interesting plays out there. And I'm glad I'm getting stomped by people that actually use the meta now. But yeah, it's interesting to say the least.
Nagano's just replied to me, by the way.
What's he said?
He says, "What is the new map?" This is going to
look.
take ages, man. Come on, this is stupid. Like, if we show them the map and then we do it not next week but the week after, then you know what I mean. Then it might work.
Shouldn't
but
take that long. And if you'd raffled already,
I have raffled already, so I'll do the announcement. You talk to Nagano, see what he says. If we can get it done quickly, cool. Otherwise, we'll do something else.
Sure.
So hand worker or hand worker, whatever you want to pronounce it as, he won the last raffle. That of course means that he picked Vindicare to play against Nagano. This time it's going to be Captain S. Price, the previous king of the hill.
Oh, please. Mercy.
The previous king of the hill that
Mercy.
bailed on playing today. Looks like he wants another shot. I have to stick to my guns, I'm afraid. My guns.
God's sake.
So now you know it's not rigged, definitely, because I would never have rigged that.
Never have chosen Price.
I would never have rigged that. Price, maybe you want to nominate a skilled player to play against Nagano.
Nominate somebody that has courage, conviction, honor. Somebody people actually like in the community.
That's cool. It's cool, Price, if you're... Oh, he actually is going to nominate. He says...
Von Ivan!
I choose Von Ivan because I'm playing 2v2s with
Oh, okay, you've got me now. Yeah, you've got
Von
me back
Ivan
interested.
wasn't going to play today, but he's in chat. He gives the Kappa Klaus. Kappa Klaus.
Yes! Oh, yes!
What you doing there, Ostrup? Chili Ostrup and Kappa Klaus.
Just gonna sniperino handsy?
We could do Von impressions all day. Alright, this is going to be a game. Von Nagano. I'm looking forward to this one. This is going to be a great one to finish on. Vindicare Nagano was awesome. This one could be even better. So let's go out with a bang. I'm going to set up the game for these two established players. The normal.
I have been known to play the game.
Say they have been known to play the game.
Yep.
Thank you for your analysis.
I was being mildly reserved and humorous, but thank you for taking it at face value. So yeah, sorry Reddit guy that made that really cool map. Unfortunately, the tides have turned against you. This isn't a fun community tournament. This is Dan's elitist 1v1 rampage where we only see the best players playing on the established maps. I was just trying to do something nice. I was just trying to do something nice. But it's Von Ivan versus Nagano again. Woohoo!
Again, they've not played each other yet, have they?
I'm trolling you. Yeah, I'm very excited to see this.
Okay.
Hey, can you do your Imperial Dane impression? Dan, can I introduce the next game as Imperial Dane, please, for Bar?
Of course, yeah. Do you want to take the intro? Do you want to do like...
Yeah, just say it live, like quietly, and then I'll go, yeah. Just restarted my game, by the way.
Okay, cool. Just informing the players, I'm going to start banning them from factions if they don't give some variety. I would like to be honest. Like, we have seen a lot of people picking Brits in the 1.8 patch, and I actually think that's because in the live patch at the moment they're so strong. It's the familiar thing to play. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you think has changed in this winter balance patch, Dan?
What, in general?
With the Brits, like,
okay.
Well, make
the
them
Brits
not incredibly powerful.
The Brits are still incredibly powerful, but I do have to say one thing, which is that mortar squad wiping has been reduced as a thing now. You know, you have more ways of dealing with the Brits than you used to, in the sense that you're not going to be losing squads all the time. That 4-man squad wipes from the Austere, which is a brutal thing in the game, now doesn't happen so much. Like, you'll notice people's armies are a little bit bigger, or you know what I mean? So yeah, Brits are still insane, they're going to be. They've got the Comet, they've got the Mortar, they've got the Land Mattress, they've got the Churchill, they've got Commandos, they've got Gammon Bombs, War Speed, like all these things that are like really, really strong.
Oh yeah.
But
no,
there is no but.
There is no but, Dan. They're stupidly overpowered at this level of play. Stop trying to be a cool spokesperson for the game.
I can't make anything
They're
up anymore.
horrendous. They ruin the game. Like, I was just reading the balance notes, right, because of scope. Obviously, the USF mortar was within scope, thankfully. But you want to hear what the only thing that happened to the mortar pit was? You want to hear it?
Go for it.
Bug fixes fixed an issue where the second mortar belonging to the mortar pit would deal reduced damage whilst barraging, so they buffed it. Sorry, I'm doing that Spanish guy, you know, the famous video, but they've buffed it unintentionally because they fixed one of the bugs that was technically nerfing it.
Oh god. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Well, when the next survey comes along, you know what to write in, Brits OP or something, don't you?
Yeah, actually, let's just say that the way that this was worked was that Relic said, okay, we're going to get the community to do some balancing here, but first they identified what the issues are, because yes, there is scope, but the scope was kind of created by the community. So Relic put out a thing, I don't know if you saw it, it just said, what do you think are the most prominent factors in the game? And it had things like, you know, comets, Land Mattress, Penals, Guards, Brits, like whatever, and everybody voted, or like the people that saw it voted for what they thought were the huge problems. So when that comes around again, make sure you pay attention to that, because what you vote for, like, just vote with what you genuinely feel. It doesn't matter what level you are, or if you think Axis are OP at rank 3000, like, vote that. It's important everybody does. It will get looked at next time round. So we're just waiting for this game to start at the moment. I'm going to put up the wait screen in once I've done this.
Okie dokie. I'm going to make a quick coffee.
No worries.
Have I got to talk to chat whilst you're doing that? I'll do that.
No, I am literally about to roll it right now. And whilst this is going on, because it's the last game of today, I'm going to run a Commander giveaway. In fact, I will open that right now because I know what people are like for raffling. So yeah, guys, there's a new raffle open. We're going to give away 2 Company of Heroes 2 Commanders. So if you're like new to the game, or you don't have the Commanders and you played for a while, !raffle is what you type in chat. You'll be added to the raffle. We'll pick 2 winners at the end of this before we close the stream off. So guys, in game very shortly. Guys on stream, just a quick update for you. Sorry this is taking a little bit longer. Nagano and Von Ivan appear to be playing on a version of the map that they've picked, and it's not the normal auto match version. We can't load into it, so they're just going to restart the game, and then we'll go straight into it. But sorry to keep you waiting. Hello everybody and welcome to our last game of today. A is going to give you his Imperial Dane
Oh,
impression.
fuck you, you've ruined it. You've absolutely ruined it. Start again.
Alright,
Can't believe you've done this to me.
okay, intro and then... Well, how am I supposed to let you know that we're in game?
Just
okay,
say live quietly. Like,
I'll pause. When I unpause, you go for it.
Okay.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, and welcome to another exciting propaganda host with me, your host, Imperial Dane, Master of Propaganda, Führer of the Fatherland, Overseer of the Reich. Watching here, Von Ivan playing the glorious OKW faction, and Nagano also playing the Allied faction.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it was good. Sorry, mate. I had it so much built up in my head as how I wanted it to be. And then you started doing the intro, and I was so upset.
I didn't
You know
go
how I
into
am.
it. I just said, you know, okay. Sorry. It's the last time I do that again.
I'm sorry. I tried my best. My knees are weak. My arms are sweaty. Mum's spaghetti on my sweater already. And, yeah. Needless to say, I don't think I passed.
Anyway, if you managed to understand any of what AE said, he was basically trying to say, we have Nagano here on his fourth game.
Ready for battle.
Von Ivan is Firestorm? I can't pronounce that. Firestorm Doctrine.
First, whatever how you always say it in German. And this is going to be a great game. Despite our shambles of an intro that was all over the place, quite frankly, we have got a great game on our hands here. We've got Nagano playing the Brits that he's been you could say wrecking with today, and he's up against Von Ivan that's gone straight with the First Doctrine. Of course, it's commonly known as the Flammenpanzer Hetzer Doctrine.
He's already put himself in a good spot right off the bat, has he?
No, on a garrison-free map? What the hell?
Few men are brave enough as Von Ivan is to say, hey, I'm going to play against this really awesome player. He's just smashed 4 top players in a row and is playing probably the strongest faction in the game right now. I'm going to make it difficult. Well, yeah, that's Von Ivan all over for you, and that's why it's a pleasure to cast these games. Not to say that he can't do well with this, I'm just interested to see what he's going to do with this. Putting a lot of faith in OKW non-doctrinal teching.
Yeah, he's going to have to go for it. Von Ivan is a player that can, you know, he can throw a spanner in the works for a well-oiled machine such as Nagano, and it's exactly what he's going to be trying to do in this game. 2 Stern Pioneer units chosen, a lot of DPS.
Yeah, these are really nice units if you can get in close. Just close the gap between you and the British green cover, and then, you know, just you will be able to force some of those units off. But that is going to be very difficult to do. Brits output a hell of a lot of damage before you can even get that close. Very, very difficult.
They really do, and here the Stern Pioneers are actually getting decimated, seemingly. He's got a bit of a difficult retreat path as well, and focus fire incoming from this Tommy squad. He's getting in position. Note this, beginner players. He's gotten in position, ready to target. Very expensive squad, just going to go negative cover across the river.
Yeah,
barely
any
lives.
last shot could kill that. Very, very late retreat, very bad retreat there, really. No option he had other than to hit the retreat button once the MG suppressed him. He could no longer soft retreat round to his safe retreat path.
Interesting fact here about this Volksgrenadier squad. They're very, very similar to the Hitler Youth SS Panzer Division Reichsführer that were utilized in Romania. Very similar uniform.
Jesus Christ. Come here to get away from Dane casting, you know.
Possibly. He is a bit of a legend of the community. Over 3,000
Viewers may get the wrong impression here. Like, we love Dane. Dane is a...
Oh no, my impression of him is done with love. First truck on the field. Is Von Ivan going to go for mechanized out
Perhaps
of the
that
gun?
should have been stated first.
Oh, and I've constantly asked Dane if I'm allowed to do a parody of him. He has said yes begrudgingly at multiple times. I've never taken him up on the offer though.
I'm sure he was wildly enthused to be given the choice this time around.
You worry too much. Vickers from Nagano's putting heavy damage down. It's gonna the focus journey is gonna have a difficult retreat path, but no, he's gone east of the engagement.
I'm very interested as to why Von is actually attacking that strategic point at all. It's not going to cut Nagano off from anything. He'd be much better off maybe going on the left-hand side. Perhaps he's trying to pull Nagano over to the right-hand side of the map, you know? And then go for the left. But it's
previous Crossing in the Woods game was entirely on the right, wasn't it? It was all on the east, so it'd be nice to actually see the west of the map for once.
Yes. What's this? Oh my god.
There's another half
There's
of
a
the
half map? Wow.
Must be the 2v2 variant of this map.
Has this just been added?
The command vehicle has gone static. HQ
Maybe, you know,
operations
this
now
is like, you know,
underway.
this is the high-level player side of the field. Like, if you're a pro, you play on the left. If you're Zarok, you play on the right. Maxim Spammer.
Maxim Spanner, very right-wing indeed.
Well, this is looking like a pretty nice game for Nagano starting off, I would have to say, actually, because he deflected all of Von's early attacks, all that high DPS launching in straight away, just completely deflected. He's already got the Flamer upgrade on his Stern Pioneers, which is going to give his Doctrine choice away to Nagano when he first comes into that engagement. But why has he got the Flamers on at all? He's not building clearing anything, is he?
No, he's not. It's a strange strategy. It's a difficult thing to be trying to attempt, but it is Von Ivan we're dealing with here. And would you ever expect anything different from him?
Well, when there's money involved, I would hope. but nothing sways this boy. Nothing does at all. He loves to play his own style. He does it well.
Got a lot of, speaking of, obviously we've done a bit of a homage to Dane, we've got a lot of Dane babies in the chat, people that his was the first introduction to Co 2 and Co 1 in fact in chat, and then some Krebs babies, but being a Krebs baby is something you should be ashamed of.
I wasn't there for Krebs, and I feel bad about it every day.
Well, everything about, you know, trying to go for money and stuff, he was the ultimate in that. He was the ultimate in trying to get donations, etc.
Oh, okay. We wouldn't get along.
I'm sure you'd have a lot in common, actually.
I don't. Jesus, I don't do anything like that. Hey, I'm even funding this tournament out of like my own income cash. So screw you.
Tell me more about. Are there any interesting MOBA/RTS games on the horizon recently?
So Von Ivan's just gone with a 3 Volksgrenadier build. He's gone Battle Grouper into his MG, so he's going to be getting his units healed. I hate UAE. And also then he's going to be pulling out probably his tier 4 after this.
Oh, first bit of artillery from the base sector. No, what was that actually, Dan? I got. Did you hear that in the background of the battlefield? Like the distant sound of artillery fire, or is that just me?
I didn't hear anything, actually.
My game's clearly going crazy.
Unless he used the Brit ability, which he hasn't. Yeah, these guys are just trading at the moment. They're just kind of trading minor engagements. Nagano's coming out on top of all of them because he's just locking down little bits of territory as he goes. He's got good green cover. Double Tommy's sitting behind that green sandbag. They're brutal. I personally feel like you should only be able to get one Tommy squad behind each sandbag just to make things a little more fair. But maybe we're getting a little bit of an insight as to why Von Ivan has picked the flamethrower here, because he can burn the British out of their hiding spots.
Burn the British! I like it.
That worked really well. Look at the health damage that came off of the Brits then. That actually did a really good job of Brits in cover. And
the dangerous element of Von Ivan is he's not just chaotic evil. There is structure to him at times. That, you know, it's like complexity. You'll find the structure the closer you look, and then whilst you're trying to find it, you know, he's got an IS-2 in your base, etc. Or in this case, a Flammenhetzer.
Yeah, I mean, this game is a game where so many things exist to counter, do you know what I mean? And because not everything is as strong as the meta, a lot of them don't get used, but, you know, Von is a player that will experiment with these. There are players that experiment, you know, with lesser used doctrines and abilities and get the most out of them, and I think, you know, that's a nice little thing that we just saw there from Von. We'll see how he progresses as later on into the game.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for him, it's not a faction that is a very good late-game faction at all, or indeed an early-game or mid-game faction. So he's got his work cut out for him, and he's going to be tied up in tech structures, possibly the Panther to come from the Schwerpanzer maybe, or indeed, you know, the Panzerwehr possibly.
First one of the Stern Pioneers goes down. Very, very late retreat there. Clearly Von's attention was caught up elsewhere on the map. And that's a big blow to him, because I think he was relying on those flamethrowers. I mean, that is literally the whole doctrine pick based on that unit that he just lost.
it's always a shame when the Stern Pioneers they do that, but I have seen that often with this commander because you're actually requiring them to be out of cover a lot more than they'd usually be, and it just means they drop models sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the flames working. It looks to be a really nice little strategy, but it needs to be executed. Executed properly in order for this to work. I don't feel like he's really got the best out of it so far. Volks Grenadier is about to go down. There's a ton of late retreats here.
Von Ivan's notorious for late retreats. And also there's a mine on the Volks Grenadier's retreat path. Oh, he's absolutely in smithereens now. Yeah, Von Ivan's always done late retreats. I called him out on this in his Twitch, watching him play 1 versus 1. Oh, when he's got a bugged MG. That setup there, and this looks like it's curtains already. Nagano with, is it 3 victories in a row now? If he were to win
this would be his 4th, I think, actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just think about it. It was Zarok. Then who was it after Zarok? Did Vindicator straight away after that?
It could have been. Yeah, it could have been Vindy. And then, yeah, it might be his 3rd. I will check that out for you. I'll get the old spreadsheet up and then post it in chat.
Yeah. Wow, well, that's huge losses from Von Ivan straight away. He's already up against the odds. This hasn't really worked out for him. It's a nice idea with the Stern Pioneers. I really like this, but it has not been executed well this time round. Seemingly like, you know, Von always wastes his opportunities in the limelight to do these things. It's like he has so many chances to bring new strategies, you know, to the forefront of everybody's attention.
It's interesting.
He never translates well in the competitive arena. He can do it on his stream very, very well.
Oh, well, NA, he obviously did quite well, but to be honest, he was mostly Maxim spamming then, so he wasn't really using his non-meta ideas then. Loveness brings up a good point. The King can abuse allies every game. Allies are arguably they are the more powerful side of the coin at the moment, with Brits, USF and Soviets being very hard to beat for OKW and Wehrmacht. And that is allowing the King, who gets faction choice, doesn't he, Dan?
Yes, King does get faction choice each game. It is the contender that is allowed to pick the map. It's part of this tournament. It's an interesting one because I really hope that mechanic of the loser being able to select the map would allow them to really, you know, pick the map that would best negate the benefits of the enemy faction pick. And just to let you know how that works, the King always picks his faction first, so you always know what it is, do you know what I mean, before the map is picked, and it gives you a little bit of a advantage in.
So say you were Von Ivan against Nagano, who can choose allies. What map would you have put yourself on, Dan, that would have given you an advantage as Axis?
Well, Nagano would have put his Brits faction selection on first.
Yep.
I'm a bit of a weird one when it comes to maps. I just like picking the maps that I enjoy playing on. But I guess for Axis, something like Kharkov, I think, is a quite nice map.
Longroskaya is not bad.
Longroskaya is nice. I think we actually... I don't actually think that's in the map pool. So they
is it
can't.
not?
No. We think that gives too long games.
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah.
So we removed that one actually.
When you say we, you mean you. Team Stormless with your many aides. Like Kyle is Relic recently.
I like to give the illusion this is more than a one-man operation.
Well, you got me. Surely I count.
Well, I said we, and then you argued it wasn't, so...
Well, you were talking to me as though it wasn't me included. Anyway, it's interestingly... Oh dear, that doesn't sound good for me. Royal Engineers laying a mine very close to Nagano's base in the east there.
Yeah, that'll catch anything like the Lukes if it's ever built to come out. Actually, he's probably going to be expecting the Flammenpanzer 38 Hetzer to come out on the field, and when it does, it'll not have much time on the field. I'll be shocked, really, if Von decides to go for this, because it's, at this rate, going to come out around the same time as a Cromwell.
Stern Pioneers trying their hardest to push out of the Kessel for Von Ivan. He's pushing up the western side of the map. He's trying to focus through that one window to get rid of the Royal Engineer, but he's just been overly focused and pushed away.
I'm surprised Von has territory right now. I don't really know like how Nagano's let this happen, but there really is nothing on the field for Von Ivan. No real chance of late game call-ins. He's left himself with nothing but his instant pick. had this discussion, by the way. You know the game that we cast with Von Ivan and Price last week?
Oh, yeah.
And we were very harsh on that game, do you know what I mean? Like, I was nearly offended.
I stand by it.
Yeah, I was nearly offended as like how bad that game was. But
Yep.
this is terrible. I was like, these are top players in the game. I was like, it's terrible. And Von said to me, I said to Von afterwards, I was like, look, I said, that really was terrible. And I said, was that like a troll game? He was like, can I say yes?
All right.
And then he genuinely said to me, he's like, well, at the start, he's like, it was a little trolly, but then we decided to play seriously.
Yeah. I don't think Paul, sorry, who's opponent again? That Polish guy that isn't as good as Barton, him. He didn't play properly after at any point, to be honest, because we saw him floating ridiculous amounts. It was a stupid game. And this, unfortunately for Ivan, he is playing the hardest he can play right now, but Nagano just has answers to every question he can pose. And it's a difficult predicament to be in. He obviously chose a bit of a strange commander to have gone, clearly with a little bit of fun in mind, but he definitely played as well as he could do, just not being able to make it work.
No, you will see Von start to play well now, because this is something typically he does in competitive, is he tries to kind of troll the early game, maybe to try and get some surprise benefit over his opponent, and then, do you know what I mean, he'll be, that's a nice Blinkoff.
Nicely pronounced.
Sorry, was that correct?
It was probably more correct than I would have said. I think I always say Blendkopfer or something. I try and say. I've tried before and I always fail.
Yeah. But anyway, at this stage when Von is really on the back foot after everything's just gone to shreds, you'll see him start to pull out some surprises. And Nagano's obviously got the huge benefit here. He's going to be able to provide any tech counter that he wants. A Flammenpanzer has just become available. Please don't pick it. Please don't pick it.
Yes, the Flammenpanzer is upon us. I saw Lovenest use it to decent usage actually in a 1v1 recently. It wasn't too bad. I think it was still a bit trolly again.
Oh, he's gone for the Raketten. We're all wiping our foreheads right now, thinking like, oh, Von still has a chance. It's that was a good decision. I would have been deflated there. If that had been picked.
The infantry sections are massing against this Volksgrenadier, giving it difficult propositions. You're going to have to de-garrison sooner probably rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of players, this is an engagement you instantly, get the hell out of. You're like,
Not
okay.
for Ivan.
Well, exactly. You're like, I got 3 infantry squads. They're all 5-man squads. They're pummeling the whatever the word I'm going to say is out of me, and you're just like, I'm gonna get the hell out of here, because it's a manpower drain. That's all it is engagement is just harassing your manpower. You don't need to stay there. You're not gonna do any damage.
Not only that, Dan, XP. You're giving your opponent XP and giving them veterancy. So it's a double-edged sword, and you're thrusting yourself upon it. Great players of days gone by, such, I mentioned this last week, like Symbiosis used to literally retreat if the cards were even slightly against them, because they don't want to give any experience to their opponent or any manpower attrition to themselves. We don't see enough of that in the game at the moment. I'd like to see more of it, and Von Ivan definitely isn't a good example of that kind of play.
Not at the moment. But there's some situations where he can be. We've seen him play good games before, like really good games before. And I always hope we'll see one again. Oh, is this a Comet? Jesus Christ, Nagano's been teching like a madman. He's got the Comet out on the field. It's up against the Raketten.
The Rakettenwerfer is, of course, a fantastically well-designed anti-tank gun. It's multi-weapons platform. It can retreat. It can go in garrisons. It's cracking. It's not bugged. The units inside it are very well covered by the shield. Everything I just said, the exact opposite. And the Comet...
the advantages of the Raketten really were that it could get into buildings and it could camouflage out in the open. Great. Apart from the fact that it's balls in any form of combat, it's a pretty good unit. But it's not able to take on a Comet. This is going to be very, very difficult.
Do you know what's great about the Comet, Dan? Is it doesn't have any batshit insane abilities. It's really well balanced. And I love it as a unit. Actually, that last bit's true. I do get a bit of a hard-on for it, in fairness.
I'm really hoping that Von maybe gets his Sternplaners back on repairing his tier 4, because he's about to get his Panther. I'm sure he is. He can get that Panther now, he just needs to get the manpower for it. So instead of going into these engagements here, he really needs to be focusing on repairing the tier 4 and maybe pushing forward with the Raketten as much as possible. Apparently that doesn't seem to be Von's idea though. If he takes too much of a manpower hit to his infantry force right now and retreats, he's going to be forced into retreating and not getting that Panther on the field, which is not going to be good.
Oh, that's interesting. The smoke that the comet shoots actually heals your opponent, Biggest Dickers says.
What?
Does that sound true?
No.
He's making things up.
What, like it's some mystical gas that hasn't been really discovered yet?
That would be such an interesting facet. And then we've got Zarok.
I mean,
Arty Mover is coming.
Shouldn't be true. Oh, Von! No, what are you doing, Von? I think we got a whole squad retreat. Sorry, a whole squad wiped there before retreating.
Of course. Not as good as its smaller brethren, the Cromwell at Crushing, but can still do the job, can the Comet. We are now down in Arty cover territory. It's a fantastic tactical maneuver where you click the icon and then click the map.
I don't know anyone that's masterful enough to pull off that strategy AE. We've never seen it in Company of Heroes before. Not even the likes of DevM could pull off such a masterful winning strategy. I don't know. It's one of the great things. Relic were like, let's design something that literally no human could possibly do. It's going to be so
It's
intensive.
crazy. You have to be like Bruce Lee, you know. You're playing the xylophone with chopsticks, upside down on a skateboard. That is artillery cover. It's a true test of skill, and for every kill you get with it, you fully deserve. We're becoming saltier by the cast, aren't we? We're giving in finally after like a year of ESL and Relic Ordained tournaments. The Panther now, by the way, is on the field, so we might actually have a competition to cast now, Dan. So there is a level of parity.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to be good, but artillery cover comes down straight away.
Artillery cover!
If you guys want to see how to win with Brits, you basically press this button. Now we have a situation where the Panther should be turret locked. I don't even know if it is actually, just that he's still moving its turret there.
Von Ivan's going for it, Dan. He's going for balls to the wall. He wants to get out of the artillery cover. Instead of going backwards, Dan, he's gone forwards. He's up in the Comet's face, saying, I'm Von Ivan, I've got big balls, and I'm here to say, F you.
This is really not something you see every day. He's pretty close to the Comet. This shot should penetrate. I really hope it does. He's only going to penetrate one more, I think. Oh, no!
No! That 6-pounder ended Von Ivan's dream, ended the parity that was momentarily instilled upon this game. We saw a dangerous cunning maneuver, and it was snuffed out.
I was on the edge of my seat then. I really thought that Panther might actually be able to do that. It was really good decision to go forward. If it had gone backwards, it would have probably hurt him a little bit more, but he pushed on correctly. Ability's still going, even though it finished like 20 seconds ago. We're still seeing ability rain down on the Obersoldaten. I've noticed that actually that some of the later release commanders, we see it not just with this one, but actually the Overwatch commander for the OKW still like drops bombs like well after the ability is finished.
Yeah. Did you see that Sturm Tiger with the OKW space program recently?
Yeah,
that was hilarious.
That was Tenchi.
Of course it was, yeah. That was so funny. Yeah. Loveness just quoted in chat, by the way, get clicked. I thought that was quite cute.
Get clicked. Yeah, that is Brits down to a T.
Ooh, nice de-garrison from the folks there, maintaining their mortal coil.
I mean, honestly, you'd have to have rapid trigger epilepsy not to win with this faction.
Rapid trigger epilepsy. Because then your own arty cover would like trigger you, and you'd be like, you know, like having a fit on the floor. I think that's the only way they could balance it.
Oh
dear.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, there are ways that you can have good games against the Brits, but it's just that if you nail the playstyle of Brits, you'll do very, very well. It's very, very difficult to come back from.
It's
You know, I mean, these squads aren't even upgraded with Brens. These are just the standard rifles that you're seeing, and you know, they just perform still very well into the late game.
Dan, if we're currently uncovering the meta, which I think we may be doing, because when I first started coming back into the scene, first couple of weeks of January, everybody was saying Soviets are OP, and then Winter Balance match started changing a few things there. But right now, it seems that at the top level, 1v1 as Brits, you're pretty damn unbeatable if you play your cards right. You've got everything, every tool at your disposal to dominate, and you look pretty insurmountable. I don't want to take away from Hans's glory for his 6 victories in a row, but if Nagano repeats that feat with Brits as every single choice, Dan, would you consider that possibly it's a sign there?
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
He'd have to do it that though, wouldn't he?
Yeah. The Brits are they're very good on a number of maps. They're very good in a lot of situations. You know, put them in the hands of a strong player. You'd have a very good faction there.
We are suffering heavy losses. 50 points remain.
I noticed that naturally and usually you would contend my negativity with some good arguments, but you've just been very quiet in your response there. Because there's not that much you can say, I guess.
No, no, it is a tough one, and part of me wanted to introduce a rule. I was thinking about this actually after Hans won the first King of the Hill. I was thinking about having a rule where you could only play, you couldn't play the same faction twice in a row, basically. So even if you were like winning games, you know, you couldn't play Brits then Brits. You'd have to play like Brits and Soviets then Brits. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be so cool. Variation. Then the king would have to be multifaceted. As the Flammenhetzer of all things, the glorious Flammenhetzer gets destroyed. I can't believe that tank has been taken out, Dan. It took 2 comets working overtime to take the Flammenhetzer out. Jesus Christ, what a
It
vehicle.
wasn't even the comets, it was the artillery cover.
Oh, was it? That's what I'm saying. It took the entire Royal Artillery and 2 comets to take 1 Flammenhetzer out, Dan. What a vehicle.
Yeah, so I mean, that was an interesting game to watch. Yvonne taught us a little bit there about the Flame Stern Pioneers, actually, and they're very, very good at clearing the Brits out. Couple that with, you know, maybe some more attention to unit preservation. Could have worked, could have been good. But again, against artillery cover, it's a difficult late game. But yeah, I mean, I think we should make that a rule. I think that's.
I think so.
Yeah, I think we'll introduce that one solidly. Is that you can't play the same faction 2 times in a row from now on.
Or just switch it so the king chooses map and the opponent chooses faction. Possibly.
I've always liked the idea of rewarding someone that's winning.
Okay, but not the same faction 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
What about Allies' Axis? Are you going to imply that they have to change Allies' Axis, or they can just keep swapping between the Allies?
No, they can continually play Allies. I mean, but bear in mind, like, why we're doing this. I'll go back to the lobby, by the way. Give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of like, bear in mind, a lot of why we're doing this is to show what the state of the game will be like in March, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So we are having a look at how certain things will be like. We know Brits are going to be strong because nobody voted for Brits to be changed when the scope was kind of being decided. So, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. But as far as the other factions go, like, we want to see how those factions perform. Do you know what I mean? Like, we want to see what the games are like with those factions. So we know that Soviets seems a lot better. Like, the games we cast that were Soviets, it seemed really good. The T-70 wasn't overperforming. The mortar wipes weren't happening. So that there were balanced games going on. USF we've seen probably the least of so far. So it'd be lovely if we could get some USF players competing. Yeah, because we really want to see. We really want to see how USF goes, and I think we will see that when we put this rule in. So as
or Dan, all down. Just before you implement this rule for sure, Helping Hands tournament veteran who actually won his 6 times as Brits in this tournament series, he's got some suggestions. And before you make a decision, it is your show, so I definitely don't want to stop you making a decision. But in the past, in Co 1, we banned Brit Staghounds because they were overpowered and broken. And recently in the Co 1 tournament, they just banned Brits as a faction. In OCF times, our army had to ban Brits the Churchill Crocodile, if you remember.
Yep.
That had to be banned. So Hans is possibly suggesting or just ban certain Brit commanders. That could be mobile defense and...
But the Comet is a big issue, I would have thought.
Oh, as well, yeah, and tactical support. So it's either which way you want to... You could just ban a couple of commanders of them if you wanted to.
I mean, I know if certain units are OP. I mean, maybe it could be not necessarily ban commanders, just the Comet. But why don't we just put a little vote, because I'd be interested to see how Twitch feels about it, because it's obviously
big time.
a lot to do with your choice as well. I'm going to put a quick vote up. I hope you guys get involved with this. So the vote is ban. Oh, actually, no. What's it going to be? Let's think.
Faction pick rules or ban certain Brit commanders or units.
We'll just put ban or no ban. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But obviously, no ban means you have to change the faction rules.
Okay, I'm just going to put this up on screen so you guys can see. So basically, if you think we should ban a couple of things that are clearly unbalanced, comets and perhaps some of the Brit commanders, then !vote space and then write ban. If you think that we shouldn't ban anything and that we should have a pure open view of how everything is balance wise, then you type !vote space and then no ban, just as it appears like this. You have to be exactly the same, and that is available now. So please vote now, because that's going to change how we run the tournament from here on.
But no ban implies that you're going to have a couple of faction rules, possibly not the same faction 3 times in a row kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So we will we'll monitor the results of that, and I'll do that. But first thing we have to do, we've got one announcement. Again, Make War Not Love next weekend. Tune into Relic's channel. We're going to be streaming a game live from the PC Gamer weekend, and it's going to be Helping Hands versus Loveness, cast by yours truly, myself and AE. We're going to be doing that on the 18th, I think. The time is yet to be confirmed. Is that right?
Yeah, it's Saturday the 18th. It's going to be between 1 and 5 p.m. We have the floor of PC Gamer Weekend, and we will be bringing you Loveness versus Helping Hands. I'm going to put something possibly on trending right now, because I think it's an ultimate show of sportsmanship. It's Ruka ACL Nagano vote ban. So the reigning king voting against the strategy he has just implemented. That is a true sign of a competitor and a warrior, because he will use what he can at his disposal, but he's all for changing the rules if it's fair. And I like to see that. That's cool.
Yeah, it is nice, but we will take like the general vote. We're going to go for it's like a hard Brexit, you know what I mean? It's yes means yes, or whatever it was. God knows. Anyway, let's have a look at the commander. This is currently what we're at the moment by the ban and no ban. Raffle. We're going to pick 2 raffle winners to win Company Heroes 2 commanders. We've already got Genereg, who won one earlier. So this time it's going to be, pronounce this, Lava Tube Fin. Lava Tube Fin. I think that's what it's supposed to be. It's literally what it looks like. Lava Tube Fin. He's the first winner of that one, so I'll message you after the stream. You can pick a commander. Second winner is going to be WBP. WBP, you guys win yourselves commanders for Company Heroes 2. As I say, I'll send you a message after this. So yeah, at the moment we've got 67% of people think we should ban
certain Brit commanders.
We should ban. Yeah, we'll have a little discussion. I'm going to just have a discussion with some high-end players, you know what I mean, and just see like they genuinely think.
Yeah, yeah, I think that'd be wise. You know, you'd be recommending Nagano, Love Nest, Hands,
And yeah.
possibly.
Well, Hans knows what's OP with Brits, but then again, I don't know if I trust him to say what's OP
No, I
because
do.
he'll want to
I do.
sneak in and win. Do you know what I mean? He'll be like, oh, I'll tell them that the
No, no, I do.
like the
I do.
centaur's OP.
He was, you know, he was saying this. He suggested to ban certain commanders, although he won in ESL and in King of the Hill with these commanders. That's because he's a competitor. You know, Love Nest, for example, using tripwire flares on doorways during ESL doesn't make him a bad person. He's just a competitor. You use what's within the rules, and that's cool. But when you give them the opportunity to vote, it's also cool to see that they don't want the OP stuff if they can help it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we'll have a look at that anyway. So there's not going to be King of the Hill next weekend. We're doing the Make Love Not War, event. And we will resume King of the Hill the week after that. Current king is Nagano. So we'll see you guys in time for the tournament. Thanks everyone for joining. Like, it's super cool that there's like average 600 to 900 people who are, do you know what I mean, like watching the stream, which is really cool because KOTU still breathes life in tournaments, and you know what I mean, it's hopefully going to be a really good year for it. So let's hope the patch is good. We can see it's good with other factions, we can see it's not great with Brits, but yeah, anyway, so I'm gonna stop streaming here. I'm gonna call it off, and I will host someone in a minute. So yeah, stick around.
Zarok and
you'll
Love
get-
Nest crack me up.
And then I'll pass you on to another channel. So good night, guys. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Goodbye.